don't think we should wait anymore. This will be a whole day conference, so you'll have people coming and going. So let me begin by extending a very warm welcome to you. For those of you who are here for the first time, this is the JGU International Academy, but I will leave the founding Vice Chancellor to say a little bit more about the space and the kind of events we've been having. I want to welcome in particular the delegation from the University of Melbourne. I think 6 months ago, Pradeep, if you remember, we had a Zoom call and we decided that we should pick this date to have a post-mortem of the, post-mortem sounds bad, but maybe a full examination and scrutiny of the results achieved at the G20 summit in Delhi. And so here we are. I want to thank University of Melbourne for the excellent cooperation we've had, and we've been able to work with them on a range of issues. This is just one of them. But in particular, let me welcome Ambassador Muktesh Pardeshi, who despite his, I think it's an insane schedule, if you allow me to say so, that these guys have had in the context of the G20 summit. The G20 is not over from India's perspective. They've got another 2 months, so I'm really, really thankful to Ambassador Muktesh Pardeshi for making it. I only want to make 2 remarks. One, I think it's important to remember that we have had a successful G20, but still a lot of issues deserve to be fleshed out. We aren't done yet, and I thought this conference could be useful for doing that. Secondly, I also believe we must hear an outsider's perspective, and that is why I'm particularly delighted that the University of Melbourne will lead the first panel to look at the G20 results achieved. We will do geopolitics at 2 o'clock, which is an interesting panel. I hope all of you will stay for it. And lastly, we have the provost of the University of Melbourne, who as we speak is on a plane somewhere, but she is arriving and she will host she will chair the last panel. A word to all of you, but in particular to the Vice Chancellor. I had initially thought students should not be part of this, but then there was so much pressure from my own students that they want to come and listen to people. They left Raj, the university, at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I want to say that my future and my kind of faith has been restored. This is wonderful to see, because I sometimes complain to everybody that when I go to other places, the university halls are full and all that, but this is amazing. So thank you very much for taking the trouble. And I know you are here only to listen to people. So I'm really, really proud of all of you. Thank you very much. And with those few words, may I now again welcome all of you once again. Please stay on, listen to everybody, and participate as much as you can. And I will now request the founding Vice Chancellor to say a few words.
Okay. A very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our very distinguished guests who are present here, especially our distinguished Ambassador, Shri Muktesh Pardeshi, the Special Secretary, India's G20 Secretariat of the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. I also want to extend a warm welcome to Professor Timothy Lynch from the University of Melbourne. As some of you know, University of Melbourne is not only Australia's leading university, but also we've been having a long-term relationship with the University of Melbourne. Essentially, it all began when Professor Amitabh Mattu used to head the Australia-India Institute at the University of Melbourne, and we've had very many collaborations together. I also want to extend a warm welcome to many other distinguished ambassadors who are present here, also others who have come from within parts of Delhi to be part of this discussion today, and of course my dear students who have come all the way from Sonipat. I won't speak about the substance of today's discussion, but all I want to say is that OP Jindal Global University, in its early phase of its evolution since 2009, we've been at the forefront of issues relating to liberal arts, humanities, social sciences, and professional education, including in law. One of our earliest schools that we established literally after the law and the business school, the third school out of the 12 schools that we have is the Jindal School of International Affairs. From its early origins, the Jindal School of International Affairs has been at the forefront in promoting issues relating to diplomacy as well as other areas of international affairs. We started India's first unique interdisciplinary program in MA Diplomacy, Law and Business. built on what the Fletcher School did over 3 decades ago, where the Fletcher School has a program called the MA in Diplomacy and Law, MALD, MA in Law and Diplomacy. We built this school and the first program surrounding a unique master's degree program that we launched in the year 2012, which was basically Masters in Diplomacy, Law and Business. Sriram Chaulia, the founding dean of the school, and I consulted with over 50 ambassadors in Delhi and began asking the question, if we were to start a new school of international affairs and a new master's degree program, what should we be doing now? And they almost unanimously confirmed to us that 30, 40 years ago, the role of an ambassador in a country, if it would have been to promote strategic aspects of relationship, today almost 50% of what they do, or sometimes more, is related to promoting trade and investment and economic relationship between two countries. That culminated in a unique curriculum which focuses on 1/3 courses in international law, 1/3 courses in international diplomacy, and 1/3 or international relations, 1/3 in international business. So the MA Diplomacy, Law and Business was part of that effort. Of course, the Jindal School of International Affairs took another giant step to start India's first and possibly Asia's first undergraduate program in BA in Global Affairs, which took off instantly, a major success, because historically in India, all forms of international relations courses are expected to be taught at the master's level, but a generation of young students after high school had aspirations to study international relations, and we started off with a BA Global Affairs. It has taken a giant leap in its success, and now we have even launched another program called the BA in Diplomacy and Foreign Policy, besides the BA in Political Science. And more recently, we collaborated with the Coursera, US-based edtech company, which has presence in over 100 countries, where we run one Masters in International Relations, Strategy and Security in an online format, 100%, where we have had students from over 50 countries in the world, including some of the senior ambassadors in different parts of the world who have enrolled in our master's program, headed by none other than Professor Mohan Kumar, who has been a professor of diplomatic practice at the Jindal School of International Affairs, and also more recently has been dean as well. I want to bring that imagination to this conversation, why we need to take international relations more seriously, why we need to have a generation of young people, not only who aspire to become civil servants and diplomats, but also to recognize the democratization of diplomatic engagement. In fact, the G20 that we just held was an effort to bring home the larger point of why G20 is important. My daughter has just entered 11th standard, and a few days ago when I was asking about why she didn't have school, and she said, you don't know the G20 summit is happening. And then I asked her that, tell me more about it, I was not aware of it. And then she gave me a kind of a 3-minute talk about what G20 is and why India is doing it and the presidency of G20. And she's an 11th standard kid in Sanskriti school. So I was very impressed by the fact that this whole G20 imagination has been brought into not just the rural India, but also urban India, high school students who are largely not connected with these type of high-level diplomatic engagement. So to that extent, it's been a remarkable success. I also want to mention that this is again when during of course the presidency, several months ago, I one day called up Mohan and said, listen Mohan, we want to set up a Jindal Global Center for G20 Studies, and I want you to become its founding director and also dean. And he said, Raj, is this going to be like, we are, of course, this year we are there, but what's going to be the future? And I said, listen, I believe G20 is going to be influential, not just during India's presidency. It's going to be one of the most influential forums for the world and for the future. And we later, of course, realized that the University of Toronto, which has become one of our key partners, has one of the oldest and probably the only globally recognized G20 center outside the governmental system. And we partnered with them, and we did a event at the beginning of the G20 summit itself, and we are now doing many things together. So I am personally very delighted that OP Jindal Global University took a lead in establishing a full-fledged permanent Jindal Global Center for G20 Studies under the leadership of Professor Mohan Kumar. In fact, within a very short span of time, we have done 7 to 8 conferences, workshops, seminars, lectures, and other things. The center itself was inaugurated by on campus by our G20 Sherpa, Mr. Amitabh Kant. We have had many other individuals who head the G20 Secretariat in various capacities, including ambassadors. And now we have another ambassador from the Ministry of External Affairs who participate in this event. I want to end by saying that this facility that you're here is a very unique facility, which is our own. So we literally 8 months ago, we took over this facility. It was Taj had a storage space, which was basically a garbage dumping space. And one of those occasions I visited and I looked at it and I really liked that garbage dumping space. So I said, we would like to rent it. So we just transformed this space. So what you see below is and a couple of offices, 3 or 4 conference rooms and 10, 12 workstations, and a nice place for us to host delegations. And this 80-seater conference center, we're calling it the JGU International Academy. The vision of the JGU International Academy is to be a private space for promoting public good. And that was part of an effort. We ended up creating our own India International Center, our own India Habitat Center. And we invite all of you with no charge to be able to collaborate with us and to be able to host events. And the key thing is that we don't do jewelry exhibitions, but we do everything else. Anything that will involve intellectually engaging conversations about any aspect that concerns India and the world, you're welcome to host it here, and it'll be a delight to partner and host this. So with those words, for the visitors, I want to say that this university was established as a philanthropic initiative of our founding chancellor and benefactor, Mr. Jindal, in the year 2009. I had the privilege to meet him in the year 2006, spent a year persuading him to do 3 things. 1, to make a substantial financial commitment. 2nd, to do it in a not-for-profit manner. And 3rd, to let me have the academic freedom and autonomy and independence to build a world-class university in India. By late 2007, he agreed to all of it. He invited me to move to India. Early 2008, I moved to India, and we literally began the process of institution building, from land acquisition to formulation of curriculum to course structure to program development to faculty recruitment to student admission process to hiring of architects, construction engineers, contractors, and to persuade the government of Haryana to pass a new law to establish the first private university in the state of Haryana. On 27th January 2009, the law was passed, and I was soon after appointed as the first vice chancellor, and we began the process of literally institution building from scratch, construction of campus, recruitment of faculty, and admission of students. And as promised to Mr. Jindal, on 30th September 2009, we began the first academic session of the first school of the university, Jindal Global Law School, with only 100 students, 10 full-time faculty members, 20 administrative staff, 4 classrooms, and 1 office. That was mine and the office of the 10 faculty members and the 20 administrative staff. We began very modestly in that on 30th September 2009. We are about to celebrate our 14th anniversary literally a few days from now, and today we have moved from 100 students to 11,000 students. We moved from 10 full-time faculty members to 1,100 full-time faculty members. We moved from 20 administrative staff to over 2,000 plus admin staff. We moved from 1 school to 12 schools. We moved from literally a 50-acre campus to a 100-acre campus. We moved from 100,000 square feet of built-up space to over 4 million square feet of built-up space. Along this journey, we've done 5 important things. First, we are a global university, which essentially means that we have students from 70 countries and the full-time faculty from 51 countries in the world. We collaborate with over 400 universities spread across 75 countries in the world, with whom we do 10 different forms of collaborations. They include faculty exchange, student exchange, joint teaching, joint research, joint conferences, joint publications, dual degree programs, short-term study abroad programs, inward mobility immersion programs, and joint executive education programs. The second aspect of our university is our strong commitment to research research. We have literally 55 research centers and 3 capacity building institutes. Each of them are advancing the research agenda. We maintain a 1:9 faculty student ratio, which has enabled our faculty members to teach less and provide more attention to students and to be able to be at the vanguard of research. The third aspect of our university is our strong commitment to diversity and pluralism and inclusion. Over 50% of our students are on scholarship. We pride in the fact that we've been able to create a lot of access for students who simply can't afford. The fourth aspect of our university is our strong commitment to interdisciplinarity, which is reflected in the student body. Our students have opportunities to take courses across all schools and programs. And the last bit is about our effort to bridge the gap between theory and practice, to promote social innovation, to promote entrepreneurship, and also to be able to offer capstone projects, internships, and ultimately enable them to take placements as well. This journey that began on 30th September 2009 as we enter into our 15th anniversary has been truly remarkable, and we feel very conscious of the fact that we have been able to be a global ambassador for India. If students from 70 countries are literally studying and living and working in Sonipat, if faculty from 51 countries in the world are living and working in Sonipat, we are doing no less than what the government of India is doing when it comes to promoting the India vision, the India identity, the India brand around the world. This has resulted in we have now been consistently ranked for the last 3 years as India's first ranked private university by the QS World Rankings, and our law school has been ranked first as both public and private, overtaking the National Law School Bangalore in the QS rankings. We have also been more recently recognized 2 years ago as the Institution of Eminence by the Government of India. As some of you know, the Honorable Prime Minister of India made a major public policy announcement 4 years ago. The vision was to identify 10 public and 10 private universities and give them the status of an institution of eminence. And after a very elaborate process, 150 universities out of 1,000 universities in India applied for that, and 8 public universities and 4 private universities were selected and have been given the status of an institution of eminence. We are clearly the only one non-STEM, non-medicine institution of eminence declared by the Government of India, and that has given us greater room to do many more things. With those words, I want to stop here and thank you for your presence, and do come and host things here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raj. I think that was a good overview of what this space is all about. I actually remember at least 2-3 things that we did here. One was democracy, human rights, and law. That was amazing, with the former chief justices and attorney generals. Then we had something on SDGs, which was equally impressive. And then, of course, as the Vice Chancellor said, we also had the G20 Research Center from the University of Toronto, who had an amazing way of rating G20 conferences by using artificial intelligence and saying 60% for India, 80% for India, 70% for countries. It's quite interesting, actually. So we have started using this for debates. So I look forward to the participation of those who are present and also the students. Can I now request our colleague from the University of Melbourne, Professor Timothy Lynch, to actually make his remarks, after which I will request the chief guest for today, which is Ambassador Muktesh Pardeshi, to make his inaugural address.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Timothy Lynch. I'm a professor of political science at the University of Melbourne. I'm not going to address the G20 in any substantial way in my just few minutes here. I've got fuller remarks and some provocations around the G20, which I'll offer in the next session, I think. Can I say how wonderful it is to be in the company of such brilliant young and some older minds from Jindal Global. Jindal Global is my favourite Indian university. I visited there for the first time last year. And it's a university we've already achieved good things in collaboration with, and we'd like to achieve more. So I wholeheartedly share in and applaud the Vice-Chancellor's comments this morning. I'll say a couple of things about Melbourne, and then reflect a little more on the Australia-India relationship, but I'll do this very briefly. Melbourne is the #1 ranked university in Australia, consistently in the top 35 of global league tables. We have 50,000 students on our campus. We're the second oldest university in Australia. I represent the largest faculty on that campus, the Faculty of Arts, which has 10,000 students, 400 staff. We teach across 40 different disciplines in the humanities and social sciences. And what we want to do, let me present this in a couple of ways. The University of Melbourne particularly, like many other Australian universities, has become very adept at recruiting Chinese students. What we seem to forget over the last 30 years is that the world's largest democracy is essentially our next door neighbour, India. So we are now playing something of a game of catch-up. We are trying to build connection as a culture, a society, and as a university into this great democracy, India. So I think one of the most important features of the emerging relationship between our two nations is democratic resilience. We're in a dangerous world with threats, biological, climatic, political, and what we should be doing is cooperating much more fully by pooling not just our resources but our values. Our democracies are quite different in character and colour and temperament and tone, but we are democracies. And I think that's a crucial feature of our ongoing and future collaboration. I think expressions of that collaboration through organisations like the Quad, again, an alliance of 4 democracies, as a crucial next stage in the evolution of a more democratic world order. And we also, as a campus at Melbourne, want to see more Indian students on it, and we want to see more of our Melbourne students here and in Sonipat. And we don't have enough of that exchange yet, and that's part of the reason why myself and many of my colleagues are in India this week trying to build those kinds of connections. The new education policy is just a bolt of electricity through the Indian higher education system, and we would like that to benefit Indian students, particularly Jindal Global and my university, the University of Melbourne. So I won't say much more about the G20 yet. I'll save that for my subsequent panel. You will all be very welcome. You have a centre here. Melbourne is building at the moment, a global centre on Connaught Place, where we hope that will be the base. It's rather like a University of Melbourne embassy, which will be the hub for our engagement with you, a teaching space, a research space, and I hope to be able to welcome you in that new global hub very, very soon. Thank you. It's great to be here, and I look forward to the debates and the discussions that we have today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Timothy. Speaking for the Jindal Global University, I wholeheartedly endorse and reciprocate your sentiments. I think we have a lot of work ahead of us, and we hope we can use today's events as well to reinforce and strengthen the bonds that exist between JGU and the University of Melbourne. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the speech that you've been waiting all along, I have great pleasure in requesting my colleague, ex-colleague, but also a colleague now from the Indian Foreign Service, a very senior officer. He's Special Secretary of the G20 in the Ministry of External Affairs. He's done ambassadorial postings, including in New Zealand, and has a bright career ahead of him. You might be seeing the face of some personalities on the G20, including the Sherpa, which is as it should be. But I think you have a lot of people working behind the scenes and who are making it really possible, because I don't think 1 or 2 people could have made this possible. And I wanted you to know one of the people who may be working behind the scenes, but who is so significant to this effort to make the G20 successful. So Muktesh, with great pleasure, please, the floor is yours.
Very good morning. Let me first begin by thanking OP Jindal Global University, in particular founding Vice Chancellor and Ambassador Mohan Kumar for giving me this opportunity. Friends, I see many senior colleagues from the diplomatic service and the friends from both the Sonipat campus, and I believe there are students from Melbourne as well. I'm so happy to be here and sharing with you my insights and perspectives on what has been a very successful G20 presidency so far. I would characterize the recently held summit as historic, unprecedented, and outcome-oriented. As I speak, I will dwell upon and expand on the theme. In terms of both diplomatic success and organizational success, this has been a resounding success. For us, it was not only the outcome document which had been important, but also as a country, can we do an international event at a pan-India level? That was at the center of having a robust organizational plan. The other day, the Prime Minister, he came to the G20 Secretariat on 12th, 2 days after the successful summit, and he spent 2.5 hours with all of us. This was quite unprecedented. And he narrated that when I learned that Foreign Minister was going to spend time and compliment you on the hard work that you have done, I decided to come and be with you, because I'm also who has worked very hard. So here is so the Prime Minister himself has laid this diplomatic success, but behind that, to make it as a capacity building program in the country. Yet another day, when he was 2 days back at Bharat Mandapam, he was addressing some 3,000 staff members who have been involved in G20, from Delhi Police to G20 Secretariat. And while speaking in Hindi, many times he spoke about samarth, which means ability. So in English, it would mean India has shown to the world its diplomatic ability to steer through different divides, geopolitical divides. And secondly, it has shown and proven to the world that we have organizational ability to organize ourselves as a country. I think that's the key message as I see as a person who has been involved in the organizing these events, more than 200 in 60 locations over last 1 year. Friends, in the logo, you see 7 petals. When I look back at 1 year of presidency, I see 7 elements, 7 petals of our visionary approach, which have characterized our progress in conducting G20 presidency. The first petal, or the first element, or first inference would be we had from the Prime Minister a visionary approach laid down. And that visionary approach was characterized by one phrase: inclusiveness. And this you will see both in terms of global engagement as well as how it was panned out domestically in India. In terms of global inclusiveness, the very fact that during our presidency we were able to admit the event. There is another anecdotal piece on this. This was narrated by Foreign Minister when African Union, the leader, during on the sidelines of a meeting, was mentioning to Prime Minister that, African Union, the membership, the application had been pending for many years. And to which Prime Minister, in his characteristic manner, he said, it will be done. And this is Modi's guarantee. ये मोदी की guarantee है. This is how he shared with the people who were there in the meeting. And that guarantee came in the opening remarks itself. So you can see how much efforts have gone into making some of the elements being implemented during the presidency. The domestic level inclusiveness meant going throughout the country. So when we planned 200 meetings in all states and union territories, and as an organizer, I can tell you, a year back, we were very anxious. When the mandate was given to take G20 meetings in all states and union territories, and there are 36 of them, many have not even hosted this kind of international seminar. So imagine the capacity, the infrastructure, everything was lacking. But we took this opportunity to create requisite infrastructure, not only physical infrastructure, but also the capacity, the intellectual capacity amongst the students and researchers to understand the G20, the process. The second petal revolves around an effective organizational framework. If you look at 75 years of our diplomatic history, it's not that we have not hosted international events. We have hosted NAM Summit, we had CHOGM, we had in 2015 India-Africa Summit. In sports field, we had hosted Asiad, and in 2010, it was the Commonwealth Games. So in a summary, these are the 5-6 events that we have hosted in 75 years. But the G20 has been the most high-profile grouping, consisting of P5, the leading economies, the leading emerging economies. So the influence and profile of G20 is at a very different level. And also the political and diplomatic context made it different. We had G20 presidency in the backdrop of 75 years of independence, a rising economy, and as Professor Timothy spoke about the democratic credential, all this creates a positive backdrop. So once you see the hosting of the G20, the presidency in the backdrop of the political and domestic landscape, this has been an opportune moment to make a good capital out of it. Obviously on the G20, when we joined the Troika, and that's how it happens. So from 1st December 21, India joined the Troika, and will be exposed to agenda making, etc. Within 3 months, we created what you know as G20 Secretariat. So this was done through a cabinet decision in February 2022, which provided us with human resources, financial resources, and also some kind of organizational structure. And at the head of the structure is Prime Minister himself. There is an Apex committee headed by Prime Minister, and at the bureaucratic level we have what we call coordination committee led by Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, and having all important high-ranking bureaucrats like National Security Advisor, Finance Secretary, Home Secretary, Foreign Secretary, etc. One big advantage we got from Prime Minister himself, when he chaired the G20 on 9th, this was his 10th participation at the G20 meeting. So there are very few leaders who have attended, who had attended 9 previous G20 the summits. So, and he, being a keen observer, he had noted all the pluses and minuses of all previous G20 summits. So, to the extent that he would reflect that, whether we require a particular kind of catering, or how should the delegate kit look like, and what should go into providing support to the delegation. So this was his keen observation coming from having attended the 9 the previous summit, and that gave us tremendous strength to the Secretariat in devising a robust organizational framework. The third, and this was seen in the very early days before taking the presidency, was in the shape of unifying principles, which were exemplified through the theme of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and our logo. If you see our presidency against the backdrop of the COVID-19 distress, and then division between North and South and East and West, we very early on, India decided to work on some of these unifying principles. And French delegates are astonished to see how an ancient phrase, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, can exemplify contemporary challenges of the world. So, in English, one earth, one family, one future. It says so well. In fact, the 3 sessions that we had at the summit, they were all named after these 3 phrases. So, again, a very innovative manner in which our working sessions at the summit were organized. One earth, one family, and one future. The fourth aspect would be we wanted to advance G20 agenda. There is a history to G20, but at the same time the presidency gets some discretion to advance the G20 agenda in its own way. And our presidency thought of having the largest participation. So we had 42 participation. This has been the highest in the G20. But more than that, it was the highest participation from Africa. So we very consciously, countries like Nigeria, Egypt, and Mauritius, they were invited to give better and bigger representation to the African continent. We had 9 invitee countries, 14 international organizations, and we roped in 2 Delhi-based international organizations. That was also addition from our side. One is International Solar Alliance, and the other one is called Coalition for Disaster Resilience Infrastructure. Some of the noteworthy additions to agenda making has been adding a working group on disaster risk reduction. There was an addition of Startup 20 engagement group, which was otherwise subsumed under Business 20 framework. We thought India had a certain resonance in this field. We have a leading ecosystem in startup sector, and we thought this was an opportunity to promote and give a fillip to our own startup industry by including engagement group on startup. We also had 2 distinct initiatives, one on by chief scientific advisors who used to meet during COVID-19 crisis. The chief scientific advisor of G20 countries, they collaborated during those days in production of vaccine and sharing of materials, etc. And then the cyber security. Overall, we had 37 work streams and subject area. So today, the agenda of the G20 has become all encompassing. The next strand of our success would be in giving voice to the global south. It was this was one objective which India decided on early. But just stating that India would like to voice the concerns of the global south, would that be enough? I think we thought that that would not be enough. The best thing is to have a consultative process, engage with the countries of the global south, and then only you can say that, well, you have consulted and you have you can express their concerns and interests to the global community. So in January, we hosted a virtual summit of 125 countries of the global south, and that gave us a level of the confidence and assurance that here is India, which can champion the cause and which can express the concerns and interests of the global south more effectively. The sixth inference would be narrating the India story. We are very conscious that G20 has come for the first time we are hosting, and we will not lose this opportunity. So we weaved in the India story. So wherever you saw the hoardings or our publicity campaign, it was India's story. So you will see women accepting UPI payment, you will see the women craftsmen, you will see India projected as mother of democracy. So this has been a very part of a very conscious branding and publicity plan to showcase to the world the strengths, our civilizational strengths, our the India and its multiple manifestation, its diversity, the culture, democracy, development, and most important is technological transformation. One guidance which we got from the leadership: don't remain stuck to culture only. Show the modern face of India. So at the Pragati Maidan during the summit, we had two things happening side by side. We had a crafts bazaar having participation of rural and women crafts people, and at the same place we had an exhibition on digital payment. What we did, that delegates, when they visited the digital payment art which was constructed by RBI, they were given 2,000 complimentary thing, and they could use only in Crafts Bazaar. This was very innovative. So all delegates who had some time, so they will definitely go to technological transformation kiosk. They'll see for themselves how India has made advancement in whether in Aadhaar enrollment or UPI payment, financial inclusion. They will get a 2,000 free coupon which they can in cash by buying handicraft. So the technology and crafts both were exhibited side by side, symbolizing the India which is ancient, which is civilizational and cultural roots, is also modernizing, and we have technology to help in our national endeavor. And finally, friends, the seventh, which is most important petal in making the G20 success, is People's G20. A year back, people will think that how can a diplomatic event be converted into a mass movement. This has been the foresight and determination of our leadership. And for the first time as a Foreign Service officer, I think this is for the Foreign Service and AME the best moment in terms of the diplomatic footprint. Earlier, a few years back, I used to head India's passport system, and I thought the MEA was recognized at the ground level by our passport services. And today, when I have done G20, I think G20 had excelled in taking MEA to all corners of, of the country. And this has been possible by doing so many side events, Jan Bhagidari events. And today, in the afternoon, unfortunately, you are busy. Otherwise, you can link up. The Prime Minister is going to speak to thousands of students today. The 3,000 students will be at Pragati Maidan in physical mode, and the whole country is going to join him at 4 o'clock, where we see the finale of our University Connect program. We adopted 101 university to something like this to take our events, and they were done very consciously and strategically. So if a place was going to host a G20 meeting, University Connect program will happen to prepare the local researchers, media, student community to make an understanding. For instance, when we hosted meeting in Bhubaneswar, we had and I think Ambassador Pradhan participated in one of, Ambassador Mohan Kumar, I think you also spoke, sir. Three. So, that made the G20, brought G20 to classrooms, to streets, through essay and quiz competitions, as Professor Rajkumar was mentioning. So this became a people's movement. The central objective has been that to make people aware of the fact that the diplomacy will not remain only in Delhi. So this was the best example of diplomacy beyond Delhi. And people have a stake. People need to be socialized about such national endeavors. And ultimately, the people will benefit from the India's leadership of G20 and any other future responsibility that we get in times to come. Thank you very much.
I want to thank Ambassador Muktesh Pardeshi for those comprehensive remarks. And I thought it was important that all of you should listen to it, because it's not something that happens overnight. A lot of planning and grunt work has gone into it. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you for those remarks. Since we need to move on, may I request the founding Vice Chancellor to felicitate our guests. And so, Varunesh, if I can request you, please, for the scarves here. Come join us. Yeah, thank you. The Taj keeps it very cold here. Thank you very much. I'm not going to say it's a coffee break, it's a cold coffee break, because that's what we serve. But thank you very much, Ambassador Muktesh Pardeshi. Thank you, Raj, for your presence. Timothy, I think we need to move on. Thank you very much. We'll have a 5-minute break, but really no more than 5 minutes. Don't go away.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pradeep Teleja. I'm from the University of Melbourne, and I'm moderating this session. As we are running a little bit late, I'm not going to have anything to say at the beginning. I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to speak for others. So we have three panelists for this session. And the session's focus is key takeaways from the Delhi G20 summit. Three speakers we're going to take as in the program. And our first speaker was originally in your program. You might see Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia, but Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia can't be here. So Professor Timothy Lynch, my colleague from the University of Melbourne, is the first speaker. Professor Amitabh Machu, who is of course very well known to everyone here, is our second speaker. And Professor Dr. Shilparna Pathak from Jindal University, and many of you might be her students, is going to be our third speaker. Shilparna has to leave early. So what we're going to do, we're going to have the three speakers speak first in that order. And then I'm going to invite questions specific to Shilparna's presentation. So be ready if you have any questions for her, but do allow her to leave on time. So let me invite my colleague, Professor Timothy Lynch, as the first speaker for this morning's session.
Thank you, Pradeep. Thank you. So I do have some slides which are about to appear, but I won't. I had two slides, so don't be intimidated that I'll be here for half an hour. I'd like to, in the best diplomatic and political science tradition, offer some provocations for you to consider about this G20 and about the G20 as a phenomenon, and get your response to these arguments. So what I'm going to suggest is that the G20 is this one, and more generally, so specifically and generally, the G20 is not fit for purpose. Now I'm going to explore that by making two paradigmatic arguments. I'm going to explore the role of the G20 through a liberal lens and then through a realist lens. And then you can tell me what you think. The first argument I'd like to construct is one that you hear from liberals. And liberals, as is usually the case with liberal thinkers, are internally divided on the question of international organizations. I think there's a pretty strong case that if you believe the world is structured along liberal lines, that values matter, there is a case to be made that an international organization like the G20 actually works. It's a great clearinghouse for different systems who learn the vocabulary of peaceful dialogue. This turns liberals on. They think you can get round the clash of national interests, which has been the great catalyst for war and misery across millennia. You can get round that by engaging in constructive dialogue. And the G20, not least the one we've just seen in Delhi, is a good example of that. The G20 represents I think it's a bit more complicated than this, which I'll come to, but a good liberal approach would be to say that transnationalism, the overcoming of national interests and the conflict that they produce, is actually a good thing. 20 nations, varying shapes, sizes, interests, coming together in common cause, driven by a set of values. We've heard a very good expression of those from our ambassador in the previous session. These petals represent, in some ways, illustrations of this transnational emphasis. So I think that's all good if you're a liberal. And this G20 and the subsequent ones are a good illustration of these principles at work. But I also think that there is a liberal case that the G20 is not fit for purpose and does not work. Ukraine, write this down. There is a war in Ukraine, and the final communique from the G20 is silent on it, essentially. This great act of aggression by one great power against its much smaller neighbour, possibly, according to a liberal approach, should be the central issue driving the G20, and it's not on the agenda. So the G20 becomes, in some ways, a cover for the avoidance of really confronting issues, the destruction of a democracy in the middle of Europe, which is happening at the same time that the G20 is playing itself out over canapes in Delhi. Good liberal approach, I think that. I'm not here to provoke a diplomatic incident, but clearly, however the Canadian episode resolves itself, and of course it comes after the G20. Possibly there was an agreement that if Canada stayed silent during the G20, eventually India would make amends. I think this is a long way to go, and I don't know if there's a side we should be picking in this particular issue. But again, the G20 did not address some of these security issues, some of these diplomatic, under the veneer of smiling diplomats, there is a lot of great power politics going on. Inequality is woven into the fabric of the G20. No matter how much we try and dress it up as a vehicle for weaker states, it's called the G20 because they are the 20 strongest economies. It's an inequality built on economic power and thus on military power. And if you're not in that 20, you are excluded and you are condescended to. The UN it's not clear, I think, from a liberal position. If you're a good liberal international relations thinker, you would privilege the role of the United Nations. In some important respects, the G20 makes the UN less relevant. That's the premier international organisation built on a rigid equality in the General Assembly. And yet, we don't hear much about the UN. In fact, it may well be that the rise of the G20 in the psychology of leaders and diplomats is recognition that the UN is not fit for purpose. So you replace a failing international organisation with a different one, subject to many of the same issues and problems that the UN itself faces. And again, I'm rather partial, and I'm not taking a particular side. Some of me is liberal, some of me is realist. But I think there's a case to be made that international organisations premised on values where the terms of membership derive from your democratic character tend to be more effective. So the obvious one here is NATO, which has enjoyed considerable failure, of course, in recent years, but it's still there, still robust, still the way Europeans conceive of their security in this American umbrella. The G20 does not have this value-driven requirement for membership. It will take anyone who gets powerful enough to join. And that means states like Russia, which has a very in and out relationship, of course, with the G7, G8, and now G20, and China, that didn't turn up, their leader didn't show up, that the G20 can exist on the basis purely of economic power is, I think, a stretch. And it's hard then to claim some greater moral value if you're complicit in the embrace of non-democracies within the team, within the club. If you're a realist, I'm a recovering realist. My name is Tim Lynch. I'm a recovering realist. I think the world does actually run on the basis of national interest and the competition for power and influence. But how it does that, how states navigate that essentially anarchic terrain, is determined by the character of the states that they are. This is where my realism slips. If you're a realist, I think the G20 works because it's a forum for great power politics. It's what great powers do. They display power through these very prestigious events and organizations. It's not about equality. It's about India's statement and every other host of the last 20 years, their statement that they are superior or they've arrived, not that they are equal. It's a claim to more power, not an equality of power. That's how great power politics works. Even Norway, even New Zealand, I can't think of a more obviously posturing progressive power than New Zealand, is still playing great power politics. It's looking out for its interests, its wealth, its influence, its security. India is doing that. Every state that has an interest in the G20 as a member or a host is playing that game. And for a realist, that's good. Much better that they are playing within this structure than on the battlefield. But like the battlefield, it's still a competitive arena for interests, not for some feel-goodism global world government. National interests are the priority for every attending nation. What can we get out of this? Doesn't mean that you have to do down neighbours and other members, but it does mean your priority is your own interests. And if you think nations operate in any other way, I'd caution you to brush up on your realism. So they're my provocations. We have a G20 which was a great logistical success, and I pay huge. It's like a mini Olympics. And Olympics are often chosen by nations that want to make a statement about their international prestige and status. And I think Delhi did a just remarkable job at running the G20 and can claim significant credit for that huge logistical undertaking. But I want to query the idea that that's enough to make the G20 the premier vehicle for international peace and world order. Thank you. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Tim. Our next speaker is Professor Amitabh Mattoo. Professor Amitabh Mattoo, of course, you will know him. He is Professor of International Relations at JNU, but he is also a professor at the University of Melbourne. So he appears here, I'm proud to say, as a University of Melbourne.
I'm delighted to wear that hat, and thank you very much, Pradeep. And thank you, Professor Timothy Lynch, not only for leading this partnership with Jindal, but also for your initial provocative remarks, which perhaps I'll address in some shape and form right now. And may I also acknowledge the presence of several distinguished people here, including three ambassadors here, so I won't name them, but they're all people who have moved from Ambassador Mohan Kumar to Ambassador Sanjay Bhattacharya to Ambassador Pinaki Chakravarti, just in case people thought I was getting Alzheimer's. I remember them all for...
Ambassador Devraj Pradhan.
And Ambassador Devraj Pradhan, of course, as well. And Ambassador Venu Rajamani was also there. And, of course, my old friend and a distinguished alum of the University of Melbourne, and now a professor at Jindal, not ambassador, but Professor Pawan Gandhok, whose illustrious brother I meet more often in Melbourne. Well, let me ask again in the with the same spirit that Tim asked his questions, four provocative questions, not as provocative as you were, Tim, but then I have to live here. First is, has the spectacle of the G20 announced the arrival of India as the impresario, if you like music, or if you like conducting orchestras, as an impresario of the international system, much like the 2008 Beijing Summer Olympics heralded the emergence of China. The time, in case of China, of hiding and biding, as Deng Xiaoping had said, was over, and now you announce your arrival. A realist, from a Western perspective, a liberal would say this announced the fact that India was willing to now accept the rules of international order. In fact, the External Affairs Minister in his speech in New York or elsewhere with the other BRICS countries emphasized again the importance of a rule-based international order. So the liberals will say this defines India's socialization into a regime which was constructed by the powerful but serves the interests of many. For the realists within the Western sphere, it would suggest that but now India has accepted its role as a key balancer to China. That this demonstration of India's arrival in form of the huge summit as well as the presidency over the last year signals, it's the peg on which you can imagine India as an alternative to China. The Indians would, of course, say, and remember, that unlike the Chinese, the Indians and the diasporic Indians have always believed in the arrival of India. And would say that it's the dawn of a new age. And to quote the Prime Minister, it's the dawn of Amrit Kal. After Amrit Kal is the age of immortality from 2022 to 2047, the period from where India has celebrated 75 years of independence to 100 years of independence in 2047 will be the age of India. And the age of India is not just after what the Chinese would say 150 years of Western humiliation, but in the case of India, nearly 2,000 years of foreign domination. To perhaps going back to the Gupta age. So first of all, how do you define the G20 in terms of India's role in the international system? I think Ambassador Mohan Kumar the other day said that from a rule obeyer to a rule provider, is that the phrase you use?
I said rule taker to a rule shaper.
Rule taker to a rule shaper. And now, I would want him perhaps at some stage to flesh that out. What does that actually mean? What are the rules that we are shaping? What is the international system that we are shaping? The second question, which really flows from the first question, which is the arrival of India. Has India arrived? What does that mean? Has the G20 summit demonstrated India's unique convening power and its ability to generate consensus at a platform whose genesis may have been in the financial crisis and whose main raison d'etre might have been to provide economic and financial stability to much of the world, but today organically seems to have, as Tim probably rightly said, downgraded the United Nations, including perhaps the United Nations Security Council, and except that he said it in a negative fashion, and I'll say it as a positive attribute, to a forum which seems to be engaged with all the globe's most consequential problems. And Xi Jinping, who I think Pradeep knows much better, who I fear is turning increasingly domestically focused and perhaps even delusional, did want to stub India But the premier did turn up, and he stayed in the Taj Palace Hotel. And Putin, of course, didn't want to be in the risk of either diverting his attention from the Ukraine war or being arrested because he has a warrant out from the ICC. But neither was particularly missed. Lavrov represented, and the premier Lavrov represented Putin well, and the premier represented Xi very well. But here, the question was that the final outcome was a communique that found comfort with all 20 players. Now, how many countries in the world, if you were going to answer my question in affirmative, you would argue how many countries in the world can get the Russians, Lavrov, Biden, the Chinese premier, and MBS of the Saudis, and even the self-righteous Europeans who are driven by the kind of values that Tim alluded to sign off on a statement that includes a lengthy section of the Ukraine war, addresses all the panoply of global issues, including climate change, gender equality, SDG goals, financial inclusion, as well as terrorism and money laundering. How many countries can provide that space? How many countries can provide that climate for a genuine dialogue? I couldn't think of many, but perhaps that is a question that every one of us needs to answer. Third question is and this flows from the first question, was this a recognition? To answer the second question again, of course, there are some who argue that the Western or the Americans decided not to pin down Russia as a concession to ensure that that the summit goes off the way India wants it to go off, which means be successful. That the Americans did not press on a statement which condemned Russia, or that they ensured that Trudeau keep silent even in his 2 days in the miserable Lalit Hotel. I don't know why they decided to stay in the Lalit Hotel for some reason. It's probably one of the worst of the 5-star hotels, but I can say that in confidence. Ambassador Mohan Kumar seems to disagree.
No views.
No views. It's a good location, but it's not a good location either. It's under the Barakhamba Road flyover. So, but will this summit go down where much of the Western world really began to recognize India as an, if not the alternative to China? And that goes back to the first question. Now, the announcement of the economic corridor connecting Europe with the Middle East and India might seem like a really still a blueprint, but I know that the Deputy National Security Advisor, who is a Foreign Service officer, Vikram Mishri, has actually worked on the details of all the various corridors. So it's much more than a blueprint. It may take years and years to implement, but the fact that you have this idea with not the same kind of investment as the Chinese BRI, but the idea, which has many stakeholders today, suggests that perhaps this is signaling to China, as I said, that this is our response to the BRI, a response to the BRI. The fourth question really is that despite what Tim said and the neat division of the theoretical debates between liberals and realists, does this summit demonstrate that there is an Indian way? Yeah. Is there an Indian school of international relations which in some ways is following the practice of what this summit resulted in? Let me try and raise 3 points which again should perhaps help you answer this question. One, despite the seductive force of realpolitik and the seductive magnetism of realism which Tim advanced during his opening remarks, India seemed to still retain its soul, its core values. You might say it's all posturing, but it's not really posturing. The theme of India's presidency, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future, as well as the whole idea of Amrit Kal, is fleshed out in the preamble and the text of the declaration. And the very fact that India was able to mediate the space between Russia and the West, and Ukraine is just an instrument of the West at the moment, Russia and the West, in the fashion that it did, suggests that there might be an Indian way. And that Indian way also came together in the whole idea of a global South. I frankly need to disinter the whole idea of what a global South means. I've seen someone talk about the global South as a geographical entity, south of the equator. Then some people say, oh, it is the old NAM refashioned as the South. And then someone else said, oh, it's really a G77 which has come together. And then some people say it's really a bunch of authoritarian leaders who think they can challenge the West. But you have to define what the global South means. But the inclusion of the African Union certainly is a pointer in the direction that India wants the G20 to grow up, literally and metaphorically in the fact that it's now G21, which is a full measure of your adulthood, at least in India. You can, I think, Indian men can get married at 21.
You can get married, but you can't drink.
Okay. Okay. So, but that is the Australian definition of adulthood.
No champagne at your wedding.
The one other generic, unique Indian idea which has not been spoken about with the same degree of strength by diplomats from the MEA, which is which was reflected in the World Bank report on the whole idea of the India stack. The India stack is essentially, and I use the words of the India stack, the moniker for a set of open APIs and digital public goods that aim to unlock the economic primitives of identity, data, and payments at population scale. The World Bank reports was Global Transformation for Financial Inclusion, and it pointed out that the JAM Trinity has propelled financial inclusion in India from 25% to 80%. I'm emphasizing this point because it's not often emphasized enough. Does anyone know what JAM is? Does everyone know what JAM is? So can someone tell me what is JAM? Jan Dhan scheme, Aadhaar, and mobile telephony. So these three have, 2 minutes. These three have transformed India's financial inclusion. And India, unlike the staggering debt regimes that China binds you into, is offering this software to all the global countries, especially those who might reflect a sense of being a part of the South, free of charge. A financial inclusion infrastructure which has led to 80% penetration in India today. Is there anyone in this room who doesn't have UPI, some form of Paytm or some form? You don't. Is that a matter of choice? Sorry?
Everybody does.
Everyone does. Finally, the question is that was this, I don't want to take away the credit from the Sherpas and the MEA and the Secretariat, but was it finally Modi's summit? Do individuals play a role in history is the question that we are often asked. Would you have had revolutions without key figures? Are systems more important? Are structures more important? Or can individuals sometimes define the structures and the systems? Because for all that happened, ultimately, as you heard, Prime Minister Modi supervised each and every detail of this summit. And from once being demonized by much of the West to being lionized, and the Canadian issue is far from dead, so we have to see what happens there. But from lionized today, it was Modi's moment. How many of you remember where the past presidencies of the G20, or where the past summits of the G20 were held? Indonesia, Bali, you say, yes. Any last 5? It's easy to forget where the last summits were. But India's G20 presidency will be almost impossible to forget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amitabh. Our next speaker is Professor Sriparna Pathak from Google.
Pointer is there? There is no pointer here. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ambassador Mohan Kumar, and thank you, University of Melbourne. It's always a pleasure to meet you all and discuss things. I'm going to quickly go into what I should and will talk about. The key takeaways of the G20 and the war forward. No, this is not a typographical error. It's not the way forward. I've purposely made it the war forward because going forward, it's going to be a war ahead. If you just look at some things which have happened before the G20, some things which are happening after the G20, and Professor Mattu just mentioned Canada, it's really going to be a war in order to ensure that the successes of the G20 do not get derailed by some countries and some leaders' petty obsessions. So the G20, but before I get into that, the G20 has been very successful. As you know, we've been hearing about it, not just at today's panels, but also before that. But I don't want to repeat all of what has been already said. But just to briefly, talk about the successes of the G20, we could talk about it in the format of the ABCD. A is the inclusion of the African Union, B is the biofuels agreement, the C is the corridor or the India, Europe, Middle East corridor, and D is the Delhi Declaration. Now, while each of these ABCD have been stupendous achievements, the case of D or the Delhi Declaration is the most interesting one. We've heard about how Indian diplomats and the Sherpa worked tirelessly towards the first ever unanimously accepted consensus. This declaration has no footnote or a chair's summary, and it demonstrates India's ability to bring every G20 member to the same table. There are 83 paras in the declaration, and all paras in the declaration have been unanimously supported. Of course, there's a huge India narrative to the G20 and to the Delhi Declaration, and it's going to leave a huge footprint. Professor Mattu has elaborated on that, so I'm going to thank you for that. I'm going to skip that bit. Now, since we are talking about the India narrative and what India has done and what our India's whole theme and India's whole vision, post the G20, of course, there is a narrative which has emerged which challenges the India narrative, and the narrative is portraying India in the same bracket as China, as a rules breaker. There's this huge dispute between two important G20 members, India and Canada. And the unfortunate part about the fallout is that the India way to a stable world order is being actively maligned. The attempt clearly is to portray India as a rule breaker of the current international system. But even to look beyond the G20, it's first important that we look at recent history or what happened just before the G20's final summit in order to understand the challenges which will continue facing the G20 or the war forward. Since I mentioned the India way, it is important to note that there are other developing countries within the G20 which also have great power ambitions, and the India way has been seen as being antagonistic, to be precise, antagonistic to the Chinese way. Before the G20, there were certain microaggressions from China, which include, first, not sending a delegation to the Youth 20 or the Y20, which happened in August in Varanasi. The claims were that the visa issued shows Chinese territories as India's. We have an Australian delegation here. I wonder if your visas have an India map. I don't think there's an India map on any visa. So clearly that's just a narrative. That was an excuse. That's a microaggression. Secondly, there was questioning of India's usage of the theme Vasudeva Kutumbakam, or one world, one family and one future. The pretext was that the term is in Sanskrit, it's not an official UN language. The point here is that UN is not the G20. So the question of official languages is null and void, of course. The theme has been in use since December last year when India took over the presidency. China raised objections to it only in August this year. Besides that also, Indian Prime Minister Modi and a host of Indian diplomats have used the term at multiple forums at the UN, and no country has raised an issue. The decision of the decision around the theme is the prerogative of the host country of the G20. But China raised it. It was a microaggression, of course. Then there were other microaggressions, or maybe not just microaggressions. There was a major aggression. There were maps released showing Indian territories as China's territories just 10 days before the G20 summit. And then there was the announcement Xi Jinping would not be attending. So the question here is, what irks China about India successfully hosting the G20? Since this is the 21st century and there are a lot of students here, and you all are from the internet generation more than I am from, the usage of disinformation as a political tool becomes very important. There was a lot of disinformation around India's G20 presidency emanating from China. The interesting bit is, most of these narratives or this disinformation got churned out between August 30th and September 7th. I very often use the Chinese cyberspace because I want to understand what's really happening. And it's a controlled cyberspace, of course. So the state does use a lot of surveillance. Some of the narratives, if I were to just generalize, and I think I have a collection of 100 such posts from Weibo, Weixin, Youku, etc. If anyone's interested, I can give you the Excel sheet. The first narrative which was put out by China was that India is too poor to host the G20. It has failed. China is always a better choice owing to its economic prosperity. It was a typical old Orientalists, stereotypical imagery of India, which, by the way, China accuses the West of doing to China. Second was that Modi is going to face a tough challenge at the G20. Third, Indian diplomacy is a failure because it could not persuade Xi Jinping and Putin to attend the summit, as if persuasion is also a part of the presidency. Then there was a fictitious interview which got posted and reposted multiple times. This interview was with an unnamed Indian diplomat who apparently said India was planning to lower reception standards for Xi Jinping because China has not made concessions to India at border negotiations. So Xi Jinping is right in not attending the summit. Then there were fake news on slum demolitions, and the narrative was India is claiming to be a leader of the global south, but it's demolishing slums. This has been debunked by the PIB anyways. There was a rumor, there's a chaos at Indian airports. Okay, there were 120 domestic flights which were cancelled, and it was reported in the Indian media, but there was no reportage of any chaos at domestic or international airports. There was a spin, there was a disinformation around that. Then another generalized narrative was that there's a flooding at the G20 venue. India can't even host its guests. So all of this was done. Fair enough. On the first day of the summit itself, CCP-backed CICIR, China Institutes of Contemporary International Relations, published a strongly worded criticism of India just hours before the G20 leaders met in New Delhi, accused the summit host of pushing its own agenda, causing disagreement. The hopes were that there would be no consensus, but to the contrary, consensus was reached. Another thing happened. Xi Jinping did not attend the summit, but a Chinese delegation did. The Chinese delegation, which was here for the G20 summit, insisted on carrying 20 bags containing suspicious equipment to their rooms. Times of India was the first one to break the story. There was a high wattage confrontation between the Chinese team and the Indian security agencies. It was on the 6th floor of the Taj Palace Hotel. Ultimately, the Chinese delegation said that we will just take it to the embassy in Chanakyapuri. The Chinese delegation also demanded a separate and private internet connection at the hotel. Request was denied. So this whole imbroglio went on for 12 hours, and it was difficult. So there were microaggressions again and again before the summit from China, during the summit from China. So it wasn't easy at all for India to carry out the presidency to its successful conclusion. The fact that the Delhi Declaration did come out and there was a consensus was contrary to what was expected, as is seen, as pushed out by this narrative from the CICIR. There were clearly hopes that a consensus wouldn't be reached, Delhi Declaration wouldn't happen. I mentioned the CICIR article as opposed to the others because it's been covered in English in India and in some other countries, but there are a lot of other in Mandarin as well. So while China had, hoped that there would be a crack, there would be a wedge between India and Western partners, this didn't happen during the declaration. But sadly enough, it's happening now, as there's a huge probability that the successes of the G20 and the Delhi Declaration does get derailed because of certain countries and because of the pursuit of narrow selfish interests of politically motivated people who seem to be willing to sacrifice the benefits of cooperation in ushering a truly multilateral world order. So I'll just end it here. So there's a war ahead, and it's going to be interesting to keep an eye out on how this unfolds. Thank you.
Thank you, Shuparna. And because Shuparna has to leave shortly to attend another conference, the COP conference, so I'm going to ask her to address any questions to her. And in fact, I may use the prerogative as the chair and moderator to ask her the first question. Shuparna, what you portrayed here is China seeking to undermine India's presidency through government-owned think tanks, media, social media in China. And in that circle, I share with you that the Chinese social media, obviously, not just during these times, but even last times, does seek to talk about India's weaknesses, India's problems. There is a bit of an Orientalist sort of touch to it. But does it matter how China's social media portrays the G20 and India's presidency of G20? When China itself, at the G20, the Chinese premier was apparently very supportive of all the G20 allies, as Foreign Minister Jaishankar said in his response. So does it matter how social media or the Chinese state media when the Chinese government's actions of the G20?
It's fine. Okay.
Thank you, sir. I think, most of the people here would be better in, telling us about how important social media is and how important this information becomes. Europe has its own FIMI, or, this whole regulations around foreign interference and manipulation. US also has, I believe Australia also has, around disinformation, on how to counter disinformation, how to counter influence operations, etc. India seems to be thinking about it, but we are not yet there. Does it really matter what the social media says? Because the government has done certain things. The government does a lot of things, but given that it's a controlled society, the government would not want to showcase to its audience that it has given the concessions. So there is CICIR and there's Quancha, etc., which push out these narratives to its domestic audience, trying to cover up the most important fact that the Chinese premier was supportive of the outcome. And the narrative which is given out is that India is weak, India is too small, India is too, it's going away into the dust, etc. So social media narratives in today's world matter because, maybe as compared to your generation, my generation went a little bit more into social media. As compared to mine, I see them, much more on the social media. And as compared to them, maybe, 20 years later, I'll see my own children much more on the social media. So it has a certain type of psychological impact on the ways that we perceive things. And because we are democracies and young people will go to vote very soon, this has a sort of impact. So that's where
Thank you, Shubhra. Any questions for Shubhra?
First of all, I would request you to please provide the Excel sheet at all because the time reservation costs my question is that, ma'am, what stance does India should have now? Because there are two things. First, that China does have an economic dominance over the whole continent. Point number A. Point number B, that should India's stance provide a diplomatic relations with them while they try to break it? So what stance does the country should approach to maintain the diplomatic ties or to restrain from it?
Okay, I'll send you the Excel sheet for sure. Okay, China does have an economic dominance, and if since we have a lot of a huge number of the delegation is from Australia, China weaponizes trade. They've done it to Australia. When Australia talked about an inquiry into the origins of the pandemic. Unfortunately or fortunately, they've not been able to weaponize trade against India despite the immense reliance we have. Why haven't it done it? That's just a mystery. They can very well do it, in any single day. About 70% of APIs or active pharmaceutical ingredients which go into making drugs, and India is known as the platform of generic drugs across the world, that comes from China. Okay, the budget, which has been announced by the Indian government, seeks to break that reliance on China, and there's a huge budget allocation on moving that reliance away. In critical segments, we are cooperating with the US on rare earth metals, etc. Even with Australia, we've been cooperating on rare earth metals. So there is an understanding that an over-reliance on trade with China can be misused, which is why there is an attempt to move away from the reliance. It's not happened now. Let's hope it happens in the next few years away. China uses tariff and non-tariff barriers against India. For example, the most frequent argument is that why doesn't India's trade imbalance with China get rectified? We've complained for more than a decade to the Chinese side. Why doesn't it get rectified? The most common narrative here is that India doesn't have comparative advantage over China in manufacturing. Fair enough. But India does have comparative advantage in manufacturing or producing certain things. Software, for example. China is the third largest market in the world for software. Yet, there are significant entry barriers for Indian software firms first. Second, since we are the platform for generic drugs across the world, even the most bureaucratic, democratic countries in the West allow Indian drugs to enter within 60 days at max. Now, what happens if I produce certain drugs or medicines, send it to country X, it keeps languishing for a year or two at the ports, that medicine will expire, as simple as that, nothing more. And these are politically motivated barriers. Third, even if we say that India just sends agricultural products, let's take the example of basmati rice. When India wants to export basmati rice to China, China says it gives India a list of 10 pests and says you have to ensure that these pests are not there. Now the funny thing is 7 of these pests are in China, not in India. Second, even though basmati has a patent from India, China would rather import basmati rice from Pakistan, and they don't give these same sorts of narratives to Pakistan. We're both South Asian countries. We have both same climatic conditions. So it's a very politically motivated move. Of course, we do not have that comparative advantage in electronics, but we have comparative advantages in other things. So economics can be used, even though liberals would say that we should cooperate more, it will usher in a peaceful world order, etc. But China weaponizes trade. So there is an understanding in India, and efforts are underway to reduce this reliance. Should we cut off diplomatic relations with them? That will be a little too huge. Because the world is still of globalization. We don't choose our neighbors. Luckily or unluckily, China is our biggest neighbor. Luckily or unluckily, we'll have to live with them. Cutting off diplomatic ties does not really, I don't know who said, but diplomats give these great, anecdotes. He had said something about talking, and he had said jaw or talking is better than punch. Talk, we always have to talk. Maybe there will be a solution. Maybe there'll be a breakdown in talks, but at least talking is better than punching. So we cannot cut off diplomatic ties, but of course we'll do everything to safeguard our national interests.
Thank you, Suparna. We'll let you go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sure. Okay, let's turn to provocations and compliments. We had some wonderful two presentations from my colleague Jim Lynch, with, of course, provocations, and from Professor Amitabh Bhatti, with provocations, but also compliments. Tim, of course, has said G20 is not fit for purpose, right? So it was, I thought it was just a question, but I think that was also the conclusion. I'm sure there are people here in this room who would disagree, and perhaps disagree quite vehemently, but the floor is open, and we still have about 20 minutes for the Q&A. So let me see hands up. I think you had your hand up first. Go ahead. And say who the question is for.
Yeah, my question is for Professor Timothy first. Don't you think it's a bit reductive to see the achievements of the G20 just in liberal or realist perspectives? Because the world as I know or experience it is more of a homogeneous mixture of these things rather than just a heterogeneous world view of seeing things. And my next question would be to Professor Amitabh. Do you think, because of the G20 declaration in Delhi, which in my opinion was a bit general, except the economic alliance between the Middle East, Europe and India corridor, economic corridor, and maybe the a common source of electronic identification systems. Other than that, a lot of statements would seem to be generalized in a way and have been talked about in other organizations. So why specifically should the Delhi G20 be remembered by the future generations? Thank you.
That's a great set of questions there. Yes, there is something very reductive about an assessment of any phenomenon through only two lenses. I think I'd make the claim that liberalism and realism are the dominant paradigms in terms of international relations theory. I mean, there are other branches and other approaches which seek to confound them, but as a starting point, I think they're really a good way in. But I accept the implicit premise of your question and Professor Matu's explicit rejection of my approach is in some way, we have this phrase, particularly in Australia, of decolonisation. So colleagues on the left want to atone for all sorts of imperial sins by taking out Western constructions of learning and curriculum design. But I think, without getting into that debate, I think there is a case to be made that we needed, if these two lenses aren't appropriate, and you want something else, you want the India way as a way of assessing, I need to see what that actually looks like, apart from kind of vague aspiration for a different theoretical approach. I think the liberalism and realism have lasted because they are universal as approaches. One looks internally at the character of states, and one looks externally at the character of the international system. I don't think notions of decolonisation or alternative Indian way approaches actually breaks the simplicity of that approach.
Yeah. What was unique about this G20? I'm sure all the diplomats in this room can tell you this better, but I mean, just to highlight, if you believe that quite apart from hard power and the exercise of hard power, you need a supportive discourse, a narrative. That's how you exercise hegemony. From Gramsci to Foucault, that's the way at least postmodernists suggest that hegemony is best exercised when your mind is shaped or changed. Ashish Nandi, a social psychologist, wrote a book about colonialism being the intimate enemy. because it's an enemy because it stands for everything that you are opposed to. It's intimate because you really cannot dispense with it, including the language that you speak in, English. So actually this was more than a rule-shaping summit, it was a discourse-shaping summit. In terms of even the idea of Vasudev Kutumbakam, I mean, I think I saw all sorts of foreigners who were troubled, even pronouncing the word Rajesh or something as simple as that, suddenly appear from nowhere and talk about Vasudev Kutumbakam. I mean, they had practiced this. I promise you, I saw this happening. I mean, the fact that you suddenly have people get familiarized with something which is seen as completely different, foreign, suggests that there is a kind of now Indian way, whether you like it or not, which is different from what was described as the way for Macaulay's children. Now, it's not easy for us who grew up in English, who speak English, and certainly not for those privileged like you in Jindal University, to see this discourse shaping as significant, as epistemological rupture, as it were. But I think that is probably the fact that you brought also events that there were events in Ladakh. My neighbor in JNU, his son does the Y20. Suddenly invited me for tea to his place. And you had an Argentinian, a Brazilian. I said, where are you going? They said, you're going to Leh. And tomorrow morning, I said, what? It's a Y20 thing in Leh. And the ambassadors will be delighted to know that she'd been paid for a from a business class ticket from Buenos Aires to Leh, courtesy the MEA. But forget the money. The fact was that she was suddenly being exposed to MS Kumpa, all the culture of Ladakh, and there were others going to Kanyakumari. So this whole genius diversity of the Indian soft part is too vulgar term, I think, which belittles this kind of civilizational strength. So in some ways, I think that's the significant achievement. Of course, people will say, look at the G20 declaration, there are markers there, look at the Biodiesel Alliance, look at this economic corridor, although both were on the fringes of the G20. And the fact that you got the West essentially to agree not to condemn Russia. Was that just for a few days until they let loose Trudeau on us? Or it depends on what narrative you want. Beg your pardon? They did it again. So there was this moment in which they kind of let India moment not go. Why did that happen? How would realism explain that? Was this just that because India is too important a role player in terms of the antagonism with China, which is clearly in terms of balance and power theory, this is the rising power and you need to contain it? Long answer.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, thank you to both professors firstly. So, the question is for both of the professors. Since Professor Timothy mentioned Canada, Professor Amita mentioned diasporic Indians feeling the coming of age of India. So, my question to both professors would be, what role do you feel diasporas play in shaping international orders and especially an international legal order? Because there is this concept of imagined communities within international law. So how do you feel that plays out, especially for newer countries and newer powers like India and Indonesia with their Papua New Guinea?
Sure. Another very good question. So I think at one instance, diasporas are profound in terms of influencing the assessment of the receiving nation's understanding of the exporting nation, and also mostly irrelevant. So I suppose I've spent a lot of time in my early career studying the impact of the Irish diaspora on US politics. Because my PhD, my first book was about this. And I think there is in very specific instances and episodes, a mobilized ethnic lobby or national lobby or diaspora can have a very powerful effect in a very narrow way. But I don't think that diaspora, in the Irish case, was capable of shifting the national interest calculations more generally of the United States. And I think, although I'm no expert on the Indian diaspora, I mean, Australia would be a great case study because it's the fastest growing diaspora in that nation. My hunch would be in very specific episodes, you would see the impact of an organised diaspora on the Australian government's assessment of the situation. The problem is the diaspora doesn't have offices, doesn't have structure. I mean, there's culture and there's, I mean, to use Ireland as an analogy, there's a very profound cultural, sentimental connection between the US and Ireland. They dye rivers green on St Patrick's Day, which raises the question, why can't they dye them blue the rest of the year? But it's a relationship founded in sentiment rather than national security imperatives. The other, sorry, long answer again, but the opposite of that would be Israel in America, the role of an Israel lobby. Less a diaspora, although you might call it that. And there the stakes are not sentimental, they're fundamental, they're existential. And there I think the power of the lobby is that much greater. I cannot see what the existential threat any Indian diaspora, any large Western nation would be sufficient to give them an overwhelming say in how the approach of their new government would be to their country of experience. It's a good question.
Three anecdotal pieces of history. One is, how the Indians or the Indian state has begun to view diaspora in terms of Mr. Gandhi. Once you visited the West Indies, I think one of the islands there, and described diaspora or the Indians who had settled there, primarily indentured labor, which had gone there, that your this vocabulary will offend lots of people, but since it was used, I will repeat it, that you are like a daughter-in-law, and you've gone, you left home, now you should settle and be loyal to the family that you adopted. Then of course there was a big break when you had the Ministry for Overseas Indians, and first the PIO card and the OCI card. But I think the present regime has taken this to a different level. I mean, if there is someone is writing a PhD on extraterritorial nationalism, which is beyond imagination, how the instrumentalities involved, including funding from groups. Australia is an interesting case because it was a small, insignificant diaspora which couldn't speak for itself, even until the you had attacks on the students in Melbourne in the early 2009, 2010. But today I'm reviewing a book as we speak by a mainstream politician who could potentially be a prime minister tomorrow, who has decided to invest in the diaspora, I think in a very instrumental sense. It's Andrew Charlton's, the Australian pivot to India. It's like almost doing a Kevin Rudd into China. Charlton is doing it for India. He's a millionaire, self-made millionaire, an economics PhD from Oxford, decided to sell his $20 million house in the Darling Harbour in Sydney and move to Parramatta and become Indianized. So this is a hagiography, this book to India by a mainstream politician, left wing of the Labour Party, because he can't obviously, his privilege is so big that he couldn't survive in any other part of the Labour Party. So that's one. But the American diaspora played a significant role in shaping the India-US nuclear deal. The quality of the diaspora also matters. I mean, the IITs, the IIMs, part of the techie revolution that happened, transformed that. So I don't think you can make generalizations about the Indian diaspora. Pradeep should actually sometimes speak about how the Chinese diaspora has influenced policies in the host country as well as in the home country.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll look at, because three of you are sitting together, so I want to look in other directions of the room. Any questions from that side? Yeah, you go ahead. I'll come back.
As you mentioned that India played a important role in including African Union in the G20. But in your views, don't you think that inclusion of African Union in the G20 is more beneficial to China than India? Because under FSCOC, the Forum of China-Africa Cooperation, China is the biggest bilateral creditor as well as debt reliever, and which attracts more African nations towards China than to India and the West everywhere.
You see, if you look at it, I mean, if you're a narrow realistic thing, it's not. And if you look till your nose, you'll see everything in zero-sum games. This chap is indebted to China, so it is going to pay China. If you look at the long term, the payoff structure will change. It's like saying on Nepal, look at Prachanda is gone and signed 12 deals with China. Or the Sri Lankans give their port and look at indebted to date. You can't, countries like our neighborhood or Africa can't be a single spectacle of what China has done. If anything, that raises the stakes. For you to be more imaginative, more creative, more engaged, and especially now if you have other countries backing you. So I don't think that, I imagine the fact that India played a leading role, including the African Union, may temper at least the hard edges of their diplomacy if there are hard edges.
You have a question.
My question is to Professor
You mentioned the Indian school of international relations that we have been coming up with. The most famous example of that, I would say, is the non-aligned movement that was spearheaded by Jawaharlal Nehru in his early years. As India tries to become a leader for not just the G20 but in general the global community, does a non-aligned stance help India in doing so? Because the non-aligned movement hasn't seen a lot of success when it comes to solving major world conflicts. Secondly, the mention of the Ukraine war in the Delhi Declaration has been barely 3 paragraphs, I think from 8 to 11, and that too just generalized statements. So, would you say that in retrospect, history would see the summit as a part failure and a part success? Because while it addressed the successes of African Union coming in, the IMEC, etc., one of its major failures was to address the biggest world issue, which is the Ukraine war currently.
Yeah, I mean, non-alignment is a profound question, which I think other people in this room can probably answer better. But go back to Tim's division between the liberal and the labor school. If you look at it from the perspective of the liberal school, non-alignment was one which invested in ideas much more than power and believed that ideas can shape the world. Certainly, I believed in that. But if you look at it from a realist perspective, then you could say that it was the only realist strategy available to a weak power which had just been recently decolonized and wanted to shape or at least influence the international system. There was no other option. You didn't have the military means or the economic prosperity to be able to shape the world through your power. So you were able to do it through your non-aligned policy, including the fact that you were asked to mediate between the two Koreas during the Korean crisis. That is I think the challenge for Indian diplomacy and for India is really can you find a space?
It's on now.
Like if there is a full-fledged Cold War as it seems to be happening,
Hosting this.
and we're not far away from the Cold War as you were in the initial years of the original Cold War, will you still find the space to carve out your independence within the U.S.-China Cold War? Some people say no, embrace the Americans. That's the only option you have, given that the Chinese are encroaching in your backyard. Other people say if you do that, look at how the Americans have treated their allies in the past. I think the Americans will come and fight for you in Ladakh. And this way you might be able to temper the Chinese aggressive tendencies a little. Again, something that Pradeep might be able to answer. Is Chinese aggressiveness also a function of India's proximity to the United States? So is it, it's clearly I think the foreign minister believes that proximity to Americans is more important now than tempering the China through maintaining equidistance. But time will tell. And secondly, in terms of your question, again, time will tell. If Putin decides to nuke Ukraine, you might begin to think, yeah, the Delhi summit was a complete failure. You should have anticipated that this was going to happen. But if there is a sudden meeting of Putin and Zelensky in Varanasi, as some black channel have suggested, and you have the Indian civilizational strength and the mighty Ganges resolving on conflicts and leading us to the path of immortality, then perhaps this will be India's moment.
I'm so sorry, just one thing I forgot to ask Professor. I think you mentioned that India is transforming from a rule taker to a rule shaper. So if you could elaborate a bit on that.
That's not there at the moment, so let's quickly go to the next question.
I was just going to just a quick response to another question. I've never been persuaded by the idea of non-alignment, because in part I don't think it was ever a real non-alignment during the Cold War, for a variety of reasons. India opted for a Soviet economic model, and it led to decades of stagnation. It did choose a side. In not choosing to be on the American side, that is choosing a side. And I've not been persuaded in a review of the historical record that India's done very well from that. Now, it may be important to its own self-conception, but it's too big, too powerful, certainly in terms of its power potential, to maintain this rather comfortable idea of that it can remain non-aligned.
Thank you so much for to both the professors. My question is to Professor Matu. There is a lot of talk about how the Western IR perspectives or the IR theories of liberalism, realism don't really do justice to the history of Global South and how the Global South foreign policy has been shaped. And you also spoke about the importance of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So my question has two parts. Do you think the G20 and the coinage of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam for G20 gives India an opportunity to revive the dormant Indian strategic cultural thought, which was sort of overshadowed by Western IR thought? And second, this revival of India's strategic cultural thought, which is embedded in our a lot of our old texts, which is Arthashastra or even the Vedantas and Upanishads. This revival of the Indian strategic cultural thought, do you think India can sort of spearhead a new way for world order to proceed for the Global South without being as imposing as the West?
I think I'm not going to make a case for Indian exceptionalism right now, for the record. But all I'm saying is that, to paraphrase Mao, let 100 schools of flowers bloom in 1,000 something content, which is that clearly Western IR has been about the West, about great power politics, and it's through the eyes, primarily Western eyes. So if you are, someone called it subaltern realism, view from a different perspective, can't, like, academically, and you should subject yourself to all the tests. Is it rigorous enough? Is there a logical consistency? And what does it entail? And you should not suddenly also immerse himself in that we knew it all. Not that kind of nativism. I frankly think it's important for people to be exposed, people to be engaged with. Intellectually, after all, anyone who's used to study China does so. You learn the language, you learn the main text if you're teaching Chinese foreign policy and history. There's a friend of mine, Pradeep knows, in Johnston, he translated the 7 classics of Chinese strategy. So if you have
Then he wrote about Chinese culture.
yes, yes. So if you have people with give that amount of time and spend that on that, not from a kind of Orientalist perspective, but now from a different perspective. I mean, from the time that Joseph Needham came and produced 30 volumes or more on science and technology to check, why should we do that in India, on India as well? Not in a dismissive fashion, but really done this scholarship. So area studies has shown a decline in America, which is hopefully because in the last few years they realized that parsimony, general theories can take care of you so far. You need to understand below the surface as well. And that's where I think it's important also, while you reify theory, it's important to reify theory, otherwise you miss the tree for the words. It's important to also have that kind of microscopic view, both a telescopic view as well.
Well, thank you to our panelists. We are out of time for this session. And there was, I think, a question for Ambassador Mohan Kumar, but I'm sure when he's moderating the next panel.
Question for me? In absentia?
You can ask him that question then.
My great pleasure to give you a star. Wow, Pradeep, you are one person who deserves And one is for Professor Amitabh.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you should not thank me.
Thank you very much.
One person is very happy about meeting recently
Yeah,
as well.
absolutely. Please. Picture from this.
We'll have a group photo. Okay. In Oscar.
Is it lunch now? Yeah. Okay.
We don't give you a sumptuous lunch because otherwise you might fall asleep. So it's a very modest lunch, but please have it. Arunesh, you're getting lunch?
Okay, so lunch is served here.
Yes. Okay.
So stay on if you want lunch. Stay on.
Otherwise, please do come back for 2. Oh. Anyway, but 2 o'clock. Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's get some real coffee.
I don't have
I hope I'm not offending anybody here when I say that for me this is a dream panel, myself excluded, of course. We've got some great people on the panel, and I thought it's appropriate that we should talk geopolitics in this panel. What I mean by geopolitics is that you've got the G20 summit, and it has taken place, and it's a successful summit by all accounts. But it's always good to know the geopolitics before the summit, why countries did what they did in terms of posturing, with G7 saying we'll never accept, hello, can you keep it silent? Yeah, thank you. So with G7 saying we will never accept anything but a condemnation of Russia and so on. And after the summit, what are the things that have happened? And would you also include Canada in the mix? I don't know, if you want to. And then, of course, you've got the African Union coming in. So a lot of the geopolitics surrounds the actions of countries before, during, and after. And mind you, G20 summit is not over yet, as I said in the morning. India's presidency continues for the next 2 months. So this is what we will be talking about in this session. I would request my esteemed panelists to spend 8 minutes to 10 minutes making their opening remarks. I shall begin with Professor Raja Mohan, followed by Ambassador Manjeev Puri, and then the last word by Professor Happy Mohan Jacob. Really great to have these three friends of mine. I really count them as my friends. My only regret is that it will be considered a manel, which is kind of unfortunate. I tried my best, but we couldn't get a person from the opposite sex, although there are a number of people who are very illustrious there as well. But if you can forgive me for that, otherwise I think this is a fantastic panel, and I myself am looking forward to moderating it and contributing whatever I can. So I'm going to start with Professor Raj. I'm assuming that there is absolutely no need for any introduction. I mean, I can see the students agreeing with me. I think all of them are well known. So Raja, if I can request you please to start, and then Manjeev.
Thank you. It's really a pleasure to be here to this afternoon with all of you. I think enough and more has been said about the G20 over the last many months, and especially in the last few days when the event actually took place. So I would say try and break it down to 3 broad areas. Where, from one, the summit itself. Second is on the political dynamic of Ukraine and how that will play out. Third, on the economic side, why this was important meeting at this point. And then briefly look at some of the events that took place on the side, especially the India-Middle East corridor idea that it come up. To start with, the essential thing, how the summit story is about who is come and who is not come. So guess who didn't come for dinner? We had 2 people who didn't come for dinner. One was Russian President Vladimir Putin and the Chinese President Xi Jinping. I think the Russian President did not go to Bali, the last one. It's clearly, he has a lot of things to deal with on the ground, but clearly so. Second, I think there was expectation till the very last minute that President Xi will come up. And at least some people link it to geopolitics. I think the attempt at constructing some kind of an understanding where on resolving the boundary, not the boundary, resolving the standoff in Ladakh. That at least, there's one view, is that didn't work out, so it would have been embarrassing for him to come here and in a situation where the relationship is in such a bad. But there are other speculations. With China, too many people saying too many things. But one of the things being that there are enough issues at home for President Xi as well. But I don't think that would be accurate, because he's been meeting people, he's been doing it, and I think it could be more India specific than anything particular within Beijing. But there is an economic slowdown in China. Those issues are there, but I don't think they would have stopped him from coming to the summit. In one way, not having the two of them, it has been, reduced some of the dramatic optics that would have been around the summit. Putin had come, what would the West reacted, would they have walked out of the meeting? So those kind of issues, the actually physical optics of how these things play out because of the kind of tension that exists, between President Putin and the G7. So in some ways, the not being there is been avoided. On the Chinese case, I mean, that the president is not there does not mean the prime minister can't represent the country. So it's not a question of just his absence did not fundamentally alter the Chinese positions. And I think prime minister is senior enough. And the president and prime minister actually historically alternated in attending international summits. Sometimes the president, sometimes the prime minister. But not having them, in a sense, took away the public, because if you remember Bali, President Xi Jinping met President Biden, and there was an attempt at constructing some way forward. But my sense is the relationship has gotten worse since then, in spite of the exchanges. So we are in a bad place there. Second, I think in terms of the actual what happened at the summit itself, one reason why this summit attracted so much attention, normally people like me would have gone to sleep. It is mostly about economic stuff, multilateral economic stuff, and there's very little geopolitics in it. In 2008 onwards, when these guys started meeting, the purpose was mainly continuation of the economic coordination, and this itself had origins in the Asian economic crisis when the international banks got together to manage the global. So it's really boring stuff of the kind Ambassador Mohan Kumar or Ambassador Manjeet Puri well versed in engaging with that issue, but it had no politics in itself. Still, the Ukraine question that gave it a kind of shall we say lightning rod kind of politics. But my sense was that what happened in Bali in terms of the explicit condemnation, how the Russians let it happen in Bali, that's more interesting than the fact that we had a different statement this time. Because the kind of formulation we had in Bali was something when Russians could not have lived with. And why the Chinese supported it, that probably is the question, rather than why did the G7 clamp down here to a more extreme. So my sense is, diplomats are, they're good at fixing things through language. So it's not that there was no condemnation. You refer to all the previous condemnations in other forums, so that something that everyone could live with. So that was what the diplomatic stuff was organized. So, but I'm not, so I don't think we should worry too much about what was actually said. The interesting question was, did the US and the G7 cooperate with India to prevent, summit from collapsing? He said it was a way of saying, look, don't rain on Delhi's parade, at least let's have peace. The other aspect, I think, far more serious would be that the Ukraine war is producing divisions within the West itself. That it is not as if the kind of unity that was there even last year is not there within the US, between the Republicans and others, within Europe, more and more quarrels, because after all the war is last year. So in some senses, the internal divisions within the G7 itself have taken a moderate position, rather than keep saying the same thing, because condemning Russia in the end does not matter. Like as we say, what happens on the battlefield is far more important. That is a stalemate as of now. So I don't think anything has been lost or won by a paragraph being said. What's interesting, I think, the challenge for India was that the state of the geopolitical relationship between the US and Russia was in such a bad shape, and that should not cast a shadow over what we were trying to do. So in some senses, getting some kind of an agreement was important to make sure the summit was a success, as well as to focus the attention of the world on other issues. To that extent, I think India got it. On the economic front, too, for almost 40 years, the US-China cooperation was the central element of the global economic order. Then entry of China into the WTO in 2001 saw the dramatic integration of China and the US economies, Chinese economy with the Asian economies, and that huge integration that is taking place. What we've seen last 3 years was really the beginning of political attempts at disentangling this interdependence. Some call it decoupling or de-risking. India itself is doing some of that stuff because of the political differences and the differences over how to organize the global economic order, which was taken for granted in 2000, 2001. There's no agreement on that. There is the WTO, there's a range of other issues that are deep divisions, not just between US and China, but also across the world on climate issues and a range of other issues. So the thing was to make the summit do enough to keep the thing going. So my view is that among the many things that eventually got produced was a large attempt at focusing on, I think the trick for the Indian success is don't let go only those two issues down, but put in a string of other things around it so that at least if there is progress in them, it look reasonably good. For example, when you ask to solve a problem in school, you're told either you disaggregate the problem, make it smaller, break it up into parts, or you make it a bigger one. But even more interestingly, when you ask to make a line longer than the other, shorter than the other, you do the other line longer. So I think the thing was to make it look like we're doing a lot more things than just multilateral economic order or the Ukraine question. And that's where the global south arguments between the other things have come. Yeah, I think the focus on global south, I think, provided, I think, a way for India. Is it closed door?
Yes.
Yeah.
Partly Chatham House,
yeah.
please.
Yeah.
I should have said this in the morning, but
Partly
so what happens here stays here.
Partly to, I think, in a way.
YouTube live? No, then it is not.
No.
It's good to know that. It's live?
It's live.
Okay. So I think.
Sorry. So it doesn't stay here. Okay.
So I think in a way, by framing the global south as a critical issue, I think India widened the canvas, and not just on WTO or what is the finance track group or of Ukraine, that you created a wider canvas on which we could work with. And I think that's where the digital public infrastructure or the MDB reform, in fact, I would say the MDB reform probably is one of the most consequential outcomes. And where the reform meeting of, I'm guessing, Larry Summers' committee, what it will produce. But the fact is that the US has agreed for fundamental reform, I think, in the way the MDBs are going to be organized. Here, I think, I would say, I'll conclude with this. It's actually for the first time, we have some interesting convergence between India and the US. That historically, our multilateral stand there and wave the flag against Americans and take claim credit for breaking down the conferences many times. You would agree with me. But the fact is, today, the structure of the relationship between India and the US, as well as the geopolitical interests that have aligned, have brought some measure of understanding between India and the US. And I think whether it's on MDB reform, because at the root of it is the geopolitics linking China, how to deal with the Chinese economic power, the need, therefore, to rearrange some parts of the international system, whether it's on MDBs, whether it's on financing. That, I think, that convergence between India and the US, the first signs of it we see, that will actually go forward or not, I think is what we're going to see. So I would say the summit itself was a diplomatic victory. So don't mistake it for fundamental geopolitics. It's merely a big diplomatic victory in a crisis moment. It does not alter the geopolitics. It has shown you some trends where India and the US could collaborate. It's also shown you how India can collaborate with the Middle East to come up with a framework in which you could engage the region through new initiatives. That's again linked to global investment, what's it called, GIIF. So I think there are the mobilization of some form of resource. I'm not saying counter to PR, it's not. Chinese have already spent so much money, I don't think we're encountering them. But the capacity to offer choices to some countries, that I think is the new one. So this, I think, is the thing, that the geopolitics of it are going to get even worse. US-China confrontation, US-Russia confrontation are going to get weaker. And how India manages this, we've seen parts of it. And more importantly, how does India enhance its own strength through its own means as well as through the championing of the cause of the global south. Those are two new pointers in which what India has.
Thank you, Raja. I don't think you could have been any clearer. And I just want to repeat it because there are quite a few students in the audience. It's a diplomatic victory, but don't expect any paradigm shift in geopolitics. Obviously, I'm putting words in his mouth, but so that you take that. I do have questions for him and for others, but I don't want to interrupt the flow. So, Ambassador Manjeev Puri, who's been a friend and a colleague for several years, Manjeev, you have the mic. If you can speak for 10 minutes, and then I'll go to Professor Happy Mohan Jacob.
Mohan, thank you very much. And Raj, thank you very much for doing the heavy lifting after lunch. Now everyone's up and about. So if you notice, I'm the only guy without an iPad I'm the only chap who's just sitting here. I've just been told that money doesn't matter. It's rather boring. I don't know what to say, guys. Come and sit there. Raj, it's very nice to write articles. Just come and sit there. When you see the other guy looking at you in the eye, in our language, in Hindi, Punjabi and all, they say, aate dal ka bhav pata chal jata. That's the reality of things.
We need a rough translation for those of us who belong to the south, but never mind.
Yes, sir. You get to know what it costs. So, basically, but you know, it's said in Hindi is that much more catchy. Look, Raj made one important observation, and Professor Mohan Kumar, amplified it. Diplomatic victory, but don't expect any changes. Raj, with a little bit of excuse me, please, I'd like to make a modification. Diplomatic victory, I don't think there's any issue. Everybody is in agreement. Yeah, and I'm not going into Canada and so on. Huh? Life is like that. These are all slippery slopes. You think you have victories and it'll all the time continue. Not at all. On the other hand, what I'm going to say is going to continue. And that is the changing India. And not in terms of what we are doing here. The first and foremost thing I want to draw your attention to. And I know my colleagues from the Chinese embassy are here. Friends, I've spent my whole life standing second in the line. But now you'll have to stand second in the line. I don't know what to say about it. The fact that we become the largest country in the world, don't underestimate it. Please stop looking at it the way lots of people in India look. People I know here hold their head and say, could we have been 200 million less? I asked the guy, what difference does it make, man? You're nuts. The number of people who we had on the 30th or 31st of March and the people we had on the 1st of April, the day it was declared that we become the largest country, made no difference. So the amount of effort, help, push, size of your economy, etc. made no difference. But the one difference that it did make is what I just said in jest. Ever there is going to be change, and small as the change may be, the fact that you can't now be forgotten. Which is why I simply say to you guys, we all and our parents before us were part of the lifting India post 1947. You are an Amrit Kaal. Perhaps you did not, you did something, you came into this world, that helped. Yeah. Numbers matter. The second thing is, just as China was the largest country in the world for many years, and my colleagues here are young, but my generation colleagues of theirs would say it's okay, we were the largest, but we got something got grandfathered as a result, the Security Council membership. But other than that, what was it? Till they've become the second largest economy in the world, on their way to becoming the largest economy. Have you seen the per capita income numbers? I went to China for the first time only in 1994. Sir, I want to tell you, in far away Xinjiang province, 4-lane highways and Mercedes-Benz cars to ferry us around. It was a state visit, but still, I know the situation we had. Have you seen the newspaper reports today of that fantastic bridge which hangs without anything over perhaps 1 kilometer on either side? Please grant it to them. The country has changed like nobody's business. That is what you are seeing is now unfolding in India. And that change is something that will therefore cement this fact that you're standing first in the line. In the other line also, you may not stand first, but you are possibly going to stand second in one of your lifetimes. Goldman Sachs is very clear. India will be the second largest economy, not the United States, in the year 2075. Even if I assume that's not the case, at least you'll be the third largest. Do you know the difference? The fourth largest in Indonesia, and how much lower that would be. And so therefore, Raj, this G20 summit was a signal. That's why in the geopolitics, I agree there's no change, but the signaling of change is what gets accepted. And why do you think all this Ukraine, etc. happened? I don't want to go into other things. Why should they have been interested that India felt good and its summit should have gone off well? One simple fact, the guy who said, we should be 200 million less, the size of the market, you're selling lots of goods, we're buying a lot of defense equipment. What are we, the world's largest purchaser of defense equipment? It matters, man. It's very simple. Indonesia's state of play was different. What I believe what they were able to achieve was perhaps of a different order than what we have been able to achieve there. Many people would have said, why didn't President Putin land up in Indonesia? There was no reason to. They played it very well. I remember before that, colleagues here asking us, how will Indonesia manage it? Will G20 collapse? Nothing. They managed it brilliantly. In terms of what they needed, we needed something else. The South was an important element that we had to put forward. The point I want to make to you all is, this G20 was a signaling point and it went off well. That's particularly important for all of you to remember and take in. Ukraine happened only because of that. What all did we succeed in doing? So yes, we got all this DPI and what are the other things, digital, very important. They were women-led development. All these things are extremely important for us. And it's important that you get even the expressions that you want, and the world went along. Our Chinese colleagues also went along. Because why not? In fact, do they not stand for it? While we do talk in terms of doing the largest amount in terms of digital payments, that's perhaps the one economy which has led the way. They are the ones who actually have their own apps. And that's a fact that should be accepted straight away, without any doubt. What will happen in the future, I don't know. But today's reality is that. So, what did we achieve? In my opinion, 2 or 3 big things in our presidency. One is the aspect of start talking about doing something at the MDBs. And remember, this is not the International Monetary Fund. We should be a little more, let me say, dissecting and understanding. It's only about the development banks, the World Bank, the ADB. There are about 50 of them in the world, including some bank. M.K. Singh never stops telling us of some bank about saving some fish in the Black Sea. That's the nature of multilateralism today also, in case many of you didn't know that. I can understand you don't. So, what is the critical requirement of multilateral development banks today for a country like India, for a country like Indonesia, Brazil, and most large countries? You'll be surprised when I tell you this. It is actually getting private monies from the Western developed countries to come and invest in our countries. We are not being hugely successful. Not only India, all. And the main reason is the cost of the capital becomes exorbitant in the developing countries because of the currency risks. It's a kind of theory that, I've worked on for a long time. But we today cannot stand there. And we can argue in the UN FCCC, please give more aid, etc. I was sitting around the table when this $100 billion was announced. A little bit of fun for all of you. So we had this famous meeting, the BASIC with President Obama. I was in the room. We came out and then we went to this bigger room where there were 20 people there. And the discussion started and the figures was floated. $30 billion till the year 2030 and $100 billion thereafter for the developing world. Everybody was nodding their heads. Well, you have to accept some reality. And then one guy got up, the Deputy Secretary of the Treasury, went to President Obama and said something to him. There was dead silence in the room. President Obama looked left, right. Hillary Clinton was to his right. She didn't even look at him. She looked the other way. Everybody was absolutely silent. And President Obama frankly stopped somebody as articulate as him for at least several seconds. And he said, "Gentlemen, I have just been told that the authority on budgets does not rest with the president. And so therefore, I must say that the word will have to be about 30 billion. It still remained about. These are the realities of life. UNFCCC negotiations are about burden sharing. Other than one gentleman, nobody in the world thinks there's no climate change taking place. It's about burden sharing. And there we all know what everybody is doing. But today, our situation is that all the aid paradigms, we are well beyond that. You can't go there and say, give me IDA. It's not possible. Forget becoming players and doing things. What did we achieve in the G20? Let me just make a few points. Highlighting sustainable development goals important, but I think we managed to bring in a little bit of reclaiming the policy space on climate change. For example, we brought in the issue of all poor people and vulnerable people. Otherwise, this whole thing was being sidelined as only for SIDS and LDCs, not countries like India, where the numbers perhaps are much more than that. Secondly, the use of the term global net zero. No one says that in the past it was not known, but the way the term was always used, net zero by 2050, is very easily defined as everybody becoming net zero on 2050 and not global net zero following CBDR. I'm just giving you a few examples. I think my colleagues who negotiated this, I say colleagues because many of them worked with me. I'm very proud at what they've achieved. And they were able to do this. Remember, it meant that everyone went along. This includes, of course, the United States. It includes our friends from China. It includes our friends from Europe. Everybody knowingly went along. Now, this is a club of the big boys. Let's understand that. And therefore, coming together is important. What each of these countries will do at the UN, at the UNFCCC, at the World Bank is a different matter altogether. There are different dynamics which come there. But at least you have a template to point and then try and put the necessary pressure at the de jure event place where these negotiations will take place. This is something very important to understand. This is like, the room behind the scene where you get together and take the decision. When the G20 started convening at summit level 2008-9, there was the global financial crisis. And the simple answer was, you take action domestically, but all in consonance. Everybody put in money domestically, shore up your economies, and you pay SDRs. Everybody did that. Things moved. We got out of that recession. In many of the other matters, the questions are those of burden sharing. And so, if you can have the biggest people make their minds up and be on the same page, at least for a little while, it helps push the processes for de jure resolution. Now on the WTO, where Professor Mohan Kumar was one of the lead architects of the entire Doha round, this dispute settlement, the appellate tribunal, was dead. Now many people are asking, why did not the G20 resurrect it? They can't. They are not the de jure forum, but they made enough noise and put it down that we will throw our might behind resurrection. And so therefore, at the next WTO meeting, you shall have every reason to hope that it will get resurrected. This is the important element of all of this. Mohan, do I have some more time? 2 minutes. 2 minutes more. Look, I'm very happy to take questions from you. The more complicated, the more difficult, because the way I look at it, it helps me unravel in my own mind what are otherwise my preconceived notions about what happened. But I firmly believe that the time on which we held this G20 meeting, this signaling will go beyond Canada. It will go beyond all these things. These are, they are, let me say, in international relations, ups have to come with some downs. Why will anyone let you climb all over, aided, if I may say so, not unaided, aided? Why should somebody provide an elevator to you? Nobody will. You have to go through the motions, comes with lots of downs, but the basic direction is set by some fundamentals. Numbers, they don't lie, and numbers remain right throughout. And India is a country which has that on its right side. This is the most important element of things. Secondly, the global south. Look, and the African Union. Now, I, for one, and I was in this room about 2 weeks back, courtesy Professor Mohan Kumar, and I did say, getting the African Union to be a member of the G20, very good diplomatic idea. But I'm afraid some people can ask, and somebody here in that panel did ask, that the G20 was supposed to be a coming together of countries that are systemically important for the global economy, with inverted commas. The European Union, because European countries have derogated sovereignty in key areas of economics, especially trade and now monetary policy, to the European Union. That's why, not otherwise. So, he made a very valid point, Professor John Curtin from Ottawa. And I think we need to think through all of this. What does it mean? In some senses, I asked him, doesn't it look like a mini UN? Because what are you left with? The SIDS, landlocked countries, ASEAN and Central Asia, or something like that. Many people would ask that. But the fact is that it's very useful that if you want to build collaboration and you want to build partnerships, you better have in the room with you, speaking on an equal voice, the people, the persons, the countries you want to be your strong partners. And so therefore, the great importance of getting the African Union in. And again, it was our idea, and we took it to fruition. I'm sure within the setup, many people would have asked questions, raised various things, but we made a success of it. And these are the signals that everybody notices and sees. And so you will see this happening, and it shall go on after that. What happens in the global order, what will happen, it's a whole new different ballgame. We can have another set of discussions on all of this. I can just tell you the next round in the MDBs will happen in 2 years' time. Voting power issues will come up, easy to do or not to do. The general view is do exactly what was done in the past, kick the can down the road. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manjeev, for that tour d'horizon. I have questions, but we will leave that for later. Professor Happy Mohan Jacob, I don't know what you're left with, but there is always, I believe there is an advantage in speaking last because of two things. One, you can counter some of the things that others have said if you don't find yourself in agreement with those. And the points that you make will be so original that it will attract a lot of attention. So I believe there is something to be said in favor of speaking last, but you have the mic.
Now that's a real burden. Thank you so much for this invitation. As always, Manjeev ji and Dr. Rajamohan have stolen the thunder. I don't know how much to say, but I'll actually begin by saying that on the 9th of September, when the G20 statement was adopted, I was in Ukraine. I was in Kyiv, attending a meeting there. And you had about 100 people from around the world to sort of support Ukraine, and I was only speaking. I wasn't really supporting. I'm an academic. I can sort of get away with just speaking, right? So when the G20 communique came out, there was, after shock, there was dismay. To begin with, there was dismay, there was shock. Then there was the dismissal, these communiques don't mean much. How does it matter? And then there was, some justification that, this is basically only reiterating the March 2022 UN General Assembly resolution. It's not original, right? So there's nothing to be worried about it. India is not really giving up on Ukraine completely. So it sort of went around in that sort of circle. The point that I'm trying to make is really that the entire discussion that afternoon in Ukraine, in fact, chaired by Farid Zakaria of CNN, was about India and India's role in the Ukraine-Russia war, the importance of G20, the importance of Global South, and all of those conversations went on for several hours. thanks to what happened in New Delhi at the G20 summit. So I thought that was an interesting fact that I want to sort of bring to your attention. But let me sort of begin answering this question: is this G20 summit ushering in a new era of geopolitics? By sort of very quickly trying to understand for ourselves, at least for myself, what kind of an international order are we living in? Is it a unipolar world? Is it a multipolar world? Is it a bipolar world? Or is it a unfamiliar mix of something that we are not really used to? I don't really have an answer to that. If you are sort of writing down an answer to that question, I tell you what I think. I think that it sort of certainly retains some characteristics of a Euro-Atlantic world order, of a certain unipolarity of certain kind, especially when it comes to the international institutions, as it were. It also has some characteristics of multipolarity. There are several powerful states in the international system today who are aspiring to be poles in their own right. That may make it seem as if we are looking at a multipolar world today. Then, of course, there is the rise of China. Some people make the argument that we are probably already witnessing a bipolar world with China on the one hand and the United States on the other. Now, it is possible that this seeming multipolarity may be a passing phenomenon, and that we are actually headed to a bipolar world. Now, to my mind, therefore, to answer the question whether India's G20 presidency ushers in a new era of geopolitics has to do something with this understanding of what kind of a world order that we are living in. But let me sort of take a step back and sort of ask what the G20 did for India in terms of benefits. I think to begin with, there is no doubt, as the ambassador and Professor Rajamohan pointed out, it clearly indicated that India seeks to carve out a space for itself in the contemporary international system. There is no question about that. There is a desire in Delhi today that India wants to be a pole in its own right. There is a feeling in India that we are not sufficiently represented in many of the current institutions, the UN General Assembly or the Bretton Woods institutions, etc., etc. It realizes that India can probably only do so by lobbying for accommodation in those institutions, the UNSC or other Bretton Woods institutions, or by making alternative forums more powerful, more visible, and more useful. I think in that sense, G20 presidency, India's G20 presidency was a great success because India showcased that, hey, here is an institution which is not a traditional sort of Bretton Woods or UN related institution that can be used by countries like India in order to assert themselves in the international system, point number one. Secondly, I think India's presidency of G20 also in some ways enabled it to reclaim the leadership of the Global South. I think the Global South narrative around G20 was sort of fresh, unmissable, and something that could not have been dismissed by the Western countries or the developed world. I mean, there have been articles in sort of, I think, FT and other places, what nonsense is the Global South all over again, coming back and stuff like that. I think it has probably ruffled a few feathers here and there, but the reality is that Global South, as both the panelists have pointed out, is making a comeback, and India is really right at the forefront of that comeback campaign, as it were. Right, and I think there are also other claimants for Global South, including China, of course. Thirdly, I think why this G20 is important is because it showed New Delhi that, well, it showed the world that New Delhi is able to play the role of a bridge or an interlocutor or a mediator between the North and the South. I don't mean North India and South India, obviously. The global North and the global South, the developed world and the developing world, the various factions in the contemporary international system. You have on the one hand China and Russia, and you have the Western countries on the other hand. Where is India? India is somewhat perched right in the middle. One could make the argument that India is moving towards the West, and yet it is somewhere in the middle. So is India in a place to, in an important place to sort of be the bridge. And I think the foreign minister has actually used this phrase in one of his statements earlier, to be the bridge between the developing world and the developed world. So I think its ability to foreground the concerns of the global south is really a great example in this regard. India's ability to participate in sort of summits like the G20, G7 plus, BRICS, SEO at the same time. A lot of people ask, why does India do that? Why should India do that? Well, I think India should do precisely that because of where it is located, because of its geopolitical position, because of its geographical position, because of its historical position, as it were. Right? I think India is also in a position to bring together competing factions, as I pointed out, or powers for a larger purpose, like, for example, to meet the challenges from climate change or green energy, etc., etc. And having said that, I will also say that India's own approach to Global South has undergone a major transformation. Unlike in the past, unlike during the Cold War years, I think India's rhetoric about Global South is less revisionist today, less trade unionist today, and I think it comes from a stakeholder perspective, that we have a stakeholdership in the international system, in the international institutions, and we go to sort of bring the Global South and their concerns along with us to those institutions. I think it sort of tells you about the objective there of stakeholdership. It talks the language of inclusion rather than disruption today. I mean, go back 30 years, 40 years, in the 70s, 80s, you had a very different language. I think that language, in my opinion at least, changing. Finally, I think G20 also highlighted India's ability to define its goals, articulate those interests, and build consensus around those issues. I mean, not a small feat for a developing country in the Global South. I think that's a big achievement. Now, the bigger question is really, has the G20 led to a new era of geopolitics? I think I'm sort of a little skeptical about that, and I'd probably go with what Professor Rajamohan said. I think for one, however you might dismiss the whole l'affaire Canada, the manner in which Canada-India tensions played out and how that stole the opportunity for India, from India to reflect some of the G20 glory and achievements at the UN General Assembly, does show that a G20, one G20 cannot really remake the international system or the global order. You will need a lot more than that. You need many more such G20s to sort of reorder the international system. So that's point number one. Secondly, I think the fact that the Chinese president was absent, although it is not something new or he hasn't done that in the past, from the summit indicates that China may not really play ball when it comes to India's own global ambitions. But the fact that a lot was achieved at the G20 in Delhi, and Indonesia held the presidency in 2022, you have Brazil in 2024, and South Africa then after 2025. All of this actually shows that some of the discussions and the achievements from Delhi will be carried on by other global South countries going forward in the next 2 years at least. Thirdly, I think the reason why, and I'm going to be a little sort of a, the devil's advocate here. The reason I think the G20 summit in Delhi was a big deal was also because of the Ukraine war. And let's face it, had it not been for the Ukraine war, it is likely to have been yet another summit. No matter how much India would have invested in it, 1,000 crores, 2,000 crores, 3,000 crores, doesn't matter. It's because of the Ukraine war that we have managed to gather some geopolitical, let's say, steam in sort of engaging the international system. Let me stress that logic a little more. It may be possible to argue that the increase in India's geopolitical importance today is also due to the ongoing Ukraine war. Imagine, look at what happened immediately after the Ukraine war. March, April, May last year, you had a lot of dignitaries landing in Delhi from Russia and from the Western countries, asking for India's support, asking India to stand by the democracies as opposed to non-democracies. Although I don't sort of necessarily see the world in sort of that manner. Of course, India's power objectively has increased over time. Compare India to 1991 to where India is today. It's a $3.7 trillion economy, and that is a significant growth in power. India's power has grown, there's no question about that. But if you take the Ukraine war out of the equation, my feeling is that $3.7 trillion economy could have achieved only so much globally. The fact that we are able to do a lot of things is also because of the global geopolitical situation created by the war. And that tells you that it is not just the G20 that has managed to create all these miracles, but other things that are going on. There is, of course, also a willingness among the peers of India, or more, say, let's say more powerful countries like the United States and the Western countries, to accommodate India into the international order. That was not the case earlier. I mean, they were very critical of India's behavior. They would always wanted to see India sort of bracketed with Pakistan, for that matter. No more the case. There is a certain clear willingness to accommodate India as a rising power, as a major power in the international system. So I think the larger question to ask is whether the G20 success was a byproduct of external geopolitical circumstances or something significant and extraordinary of its own. Was it our own achievement, or was it also a byproduct of the global geopolitics that sort of is playing out at this moment? I think it's good to be a little modest about it. I don't really have a definite answer to that. But I think one way to answer that question, perhaps, is to see what happens to the many things that were achieved at the G20 summit in Delhi, whether there will be implementation, whether that agenda will be carried forward, whether the global South narrative will become more prominent and strong over the coming years and coming decade or so, and whether India will continue to be taking the leadership role in promoting the concerns of the global South. I think all of this will tell you whether the the success of the G20 in Delhi was a success on its own, or it was a product of the external geopolitical circumstances. And I think it is therefore important to make a distinction between the G20 summit as an event and the G20 summit as a process, as a continuous process. We got the baton from a global South country. It's going to go on to another global South country. I think it is important to sort of see that as a process and not really something extraordinary achieved by just New Delhi in that sense of the term. So I sort of want to sort of end this rather long reflection with the question that I asked in the beginning, which is what kind of a world order do we have today? If the answer is that we are looking at a multipolar world and that we are entering into a multipolar international space, I think summits like G20 will continue to be very important and continue to have significance in global geopolitics, as it were. In such an order, in a sort of multipolar world order, aspiring poles like India, aspiring, I mean, you understand polarity, etc. I won't sort of get into that. Aspiring poles like India must assert themselves in order to be significant, in order to be taken seriously, and in order to sort of assert themselves as important to the international system. But if we are going to end up with a bipolar world between China and the United States, I think the ability of countries like India to assert themselves beyond a point is going to be limited, and the consequences of summits like G20 will be limited going forward. I think that's sort of my prediction, as it were. But you know, the good thing about predictions is that in academic life, you can be wrong and you can sort of blame it on somebody else. So, great. With that, thank you so much, and back to you.
So, I'm rarely at a loss for words, but this is one of those times. I think that was rich, and I'm happy that Varunesh, this is not Chatham House, and that we've got everything on tape. This is worth listening and listening over and over again. So I want to thank all three for making very rich contributions. So my question, and it's hard to kind of, but maybe we'll do 2 rounds of questions and then we can throw it open to the floor. So the first thing, I mean, and the last point made by Professor Happy Mohan Jacob of how much external events influence an event like G20 and how much of it was India's own making. My honest reaction, and we can have others react to it as well, is that at any given point in time, the external circumstances offer themselves, but you have to exploit it and then take advantage of it and make something of it. So I would say that to that extent, I think India did well. It may well be that this whole summit assumed an importance beyond G20 because of the crisis in Ukraine, but so be it. Bali had the same situation, and tomorrow there will be others, but I still think India took advantage of it and made something out of it, and that I think should not be diminished in any way. Raj, if I can start with you. So what I see, of course, multipolar world order, all that is fine, but what I also see is a very fierce competition between institutional frameworks. And this is, do you see any relationship at all between the fact that the UN Security Council is moribund, that you had the BRICS, which expanded in a very disorderly manner? I still can't tell what are the real criteria on which this expansion happened. It expanded, yes, and I think it's great that it expanded, but one would have thought there would be some criteria, but it seems to me there was a political consensus at work. And then G20, while everybody makes this, blasé statement that G20 is not a geopolitical forum and that it is purely an economic forum, my sentiment is that ship has sailed. I mean, whether you like it or not, I think at a time when trade, and those of us who have done trade are horrified by what is going on these days, beginning with Mr. Donald Trump, who used the Article 22 exception, a security exception to impose steel and aluminium tariffs. You tell a trade policy buff that, and he will be horrified. But we all took it lying down. We said, okay, how the hell do you justify tariffs on steel and aluminium products on the grounds of national security? So it is all geopolitics, frankly, whether we like it or not. To say that some organization is not going to be affected by geopolitics at all is I think would be wrong. But do you see any connection between what I'm saying, that is UNSC moribund, BRICS plus expansion, but in a disorderly manner? So the G20 suddenly saying, oh my God, are we becoming irrelevant? And therefore the G7 saying, okay, let's give this institution a bout of oxygen. Do you think I'm completely off the mark, or do you think, because this, and then suddenly I find that Dr. Jaishankar is attending IPSA, which is fantastic, on the margins of the meetings that he has had in the UN General Assembly. So it is not as if, what has happened is, I think at a time when everybody thought a posting to New York, and I think Manjeev knows this better than me, every foreign service officer at one time thought he should do a posting to New York because it is a mecca of multilateralism. Today, I don't know anymore. So things have changed, but there are a plethora of institutions which are fighting for turf against each other. Have I got it right or wrong, Raja? But it will be great to have your reaction.
Basically, agree with the main point that you're saying. Look, I think multilateralism is often assumed to be something beyond great power relations. It is not. That multilateralism is a kind of reflection of the state of the great power relationship. And what we had since 1991 was where there was absence of great power. The Soviet Union had collapsed, China was reforming, and that provided a basis on which the Security Council could function as a the five policemen, if you will. And then the shared economic interests of everyone in 1990, communism as a model had collapsed. Where the Chinese said socialism with Chinese characteristics was actually capitalism with Chinese characteristics, that you had actually a lot of common ground. But that common ground is broken down in the last decade. I think that is the fundamental change that is taking place. So by 2008, you could come together and say, look, we'll agree to do, because China and US were on the same side. Today they're not. US and Russia are not on the same side. And I think that is the confrontation. That is why the G20 summit, to keep it going, was the greatest achievement. Besides being, okay, signaling India's diplomatic ability, it has never been as bad. Because if you go to the Cold War period, China and Russia were not part of the economic system. And the political system was already jammed. 1945, by 1949, the so-called multilateral system, the political side was jammed out. It's only in 1990 it opens space. And I think the moment between 1990 and 2014, if you want to think of this, 2017 was the period in which multilateralism would thrive. But today it's not going to thrive. So the assumptions we made about globalization, the assumptions we made about great power cooperation, were premised on a reasonable relationship between the major powers. That's not right there. So I would say, I think that is the new reality. And I don't think WTO was Moses Code. It reflected a political consensus. And that once the political consensus breaks down between the great powers, then you're going to have harder time really agreeing on reviving the dispute settlement mechanism, or agreeing to settle a way on which you can resolve the Ukraine crisis, the US-Russia. So I think this is a new moment. And I think, does this moment open opportunities for India? I think it does. As an India whose economy is rising, if we shed the multilateral illusion, whatever we do in G20 is fine. As a strategy, the key is how do you build your national capabilities in this field, in this moment, using the existing fault lines, and to strengthen yourself so that your capacity to contribute to the global system would increase in the coming years.
So, Manjeev, do you want to react to my question and Raj's answer and then add something of your own? I want to also leave one small question with you. Has India's putative foreign policy based on multi-alignment, did that also play a role in India's quote-unquote success at the G20? The fact that we were engaging with all sides?
Thank you, Mohan. You know, Professor Rajamohan made a very important point. Multilateralism, and we can go all the way back to Westphalia, this nation-states business, the League of Nations, is about the state of great powers coming together or not coming together. I think this is something you should all understand. You're all learning international relations. Please understand the way nation-states act. One guy asked me once, how is it any different from the old Raja Maharajas who are going running here and there? So the answer is very simple. Not really, except that Raja Maharajas didn't have any rules. Now we have got rules and yet we are doing the same thing. Human nature. In fact, if you don't mind my saying so, that's one of the things we have to learn. Because we are a relatively new nation state. And vis-a-vis our Chinese, the country, China, let us remember this nation-state business. It's a very important aspect of how things happen. Forget this permanent membership of the Security Council and all that. It's a different story altogether. Now, you know, for me, the fundamental change that has happened is not about, you know, the great power changes. Of course, it is that. But it is for the first time since the Industrial Revolution that the haves are able to challenge the older haves. Once the Industrial Revolution happened, it was the Caucasian world which had it all. So whether it's Angus Madison, India or China or whatever it is, was nothing. For the first time, you have a country which only 70 years back, and my friends, please don't mind my saying so, like us, you also went through subjugation. Today, it's able to challenge, and in fact, will soon be surpassing in aggregate. Then comes a country like India. Look at this thing in terms of mindset. Very often, and we had the External Affairs Minister yesterday in the Indian newspapers being quoted and said, oh, the world has got double standards. Yes. What he said is for all of you to figure out. Double standards are par for the course. This is international relations. This is great power and power's game. The global south also is a power fulcrum in this game. And you play this particular game and that's exactly it. That's why this particular set of changes is something we'll have to work with. Today, the Transatlantic Alliance and the G7 are not gone from the scene, as many in India would like us to believe. They still are more than 50% of global GDP. You know, because we break them down and said, you know, these A plus B is not equal to 50, it's not good enough. But it's actually not A plus B, it's A plus B plus C plus D. You add Great Britain and you add Japan to it, that's $7 trillion, and that's the end of the game. The reality is, however, the shifting balance is taking place. And things are moving from them, moving even from the United States of America. And that's the big challenge that we all see. And so therefore, as far as India is concerned, look, I have absolutely no doubt that, you know, we talk in terms of reforms of multilateral institutions. My colleagues on the Chinese side, in all discussions on multilateral change, were very happy with status quo. No matter what they may say here in India or anywhere. Why should they not be? It suits them perfectly fine. It suits the United States perfectly fine. It suits everyone perfectly fine, except us who are not on the high table. When will we get it? When those who are on the high table find that getting you in is better for them than having you out. The G20 becoming anything other than simply co-opting the Chinese into the G7 and making it a G8 was a conscious decision, I'm sure taken on both sides for a certain degree of benefit. And therefore I'm very convinced as and when that change happens, and it's likely to happen relatively quicker, not as far as your lifetimes are concerned, there is no way that we get left out because you're standing at the top of the line. So you get noted and it becomes, let me say, cheaper to bring you in than to keep you out. That's the nature of this particular game. And this is exactly what you will continue to see. It will be contestation. It will be. Because for the first time, perhaps in history I can say, because, you know, going beyond 500 years, what's the point of that? For the first time in history, there are a different set of people, not one set of people. And this business of Russia that we often talk about, remember, it's absolutely part of the Caucasian world. That was the Anglosphere versus the Russians. That was their game. They had split the world in various ways. And you know, talking about the UN Security Council, and you're saying it's moribund, I'm glad that Raj noted the year 1991. Because before 1991, what was the Security Council? All moribund. What is it that we agree on? We agree on action in Africa. We agree on action, and not that those actions are unimportant. Let's not any of us have that. But we agree on all those things. But let me end this with a little story. You know, Mohan, there's going to be some fun, you know.
Please.
You know, let me say that because, you know, it makes me feel good. You know, the American permanent representative to the United Nations is perhaps the most well-known American ambassador. Does anybody know who's the American ambassador to Great Britain? No one knows, even the Americans don't. Does anybody know who's the American ambassador to France or Germany or any of these? Irrelevant, doesn't matter. Everything is well settled. The one American ambassador that everyone knows is, well, some have been, the present one is, President Trump didn't make them a cabinet member. So is the permanent representative to the UN. Naturally, he or she features in Time magazine on and off. Nobody else from other countries ever features, but yours truly has featured with a photograph along with the German ambassador. Of course, under the heading losers. Enjoy, guys. And you know why? That was perhaps the only time in history that the Western world almost came to its nemesis in the Security Council, not because China and Russia cast a veto, but because they were not able to garner the 9 votes required for an affirmative action. Let me take a minute. Today the Security Council has 15 members for a resolution to pass. The agreed methodology is 9 yes votes and no vote from any of the 5. Now, you can argue why should it be so. So in fact, if you think about it, every time the permanent members abstain, they actually say yes. Every time a non-permanent member abstains, they actually say no. Mathematics, if any of you know, totaling to the figure 9. At this resolution, very famous resolution on Libya, when it came up, 1973. Portuguese went along with India and Brazil. They were on the Security Council. The Germans took a principled position that German forces are not going to land up in other countries. That's what the German basic law says. They sided with us. We would have, and with the Russian and the Chinese abstention, they would not have got 9 votes, but for all the African members voting along with the Western powers for action in Libya, which was a member of the AU. These are realities of politics. I can tell you what happened, doesn't really matter. But think about this. Action on an AU member state in action, which is, you're seeing the consequences of it. The Europeans are living down the consequences of that, even now. This kind of action, and all the African countries voted yes. But that's how life is. Enjoy.
Thank you, Manji, for that absolutely fascinating account. So, Professor Happy Mohan Jacob, I'll ask you 2 specific questions. One, I want to explore with you a little bit more about your stay in Ukraine when this whole thing happened, and maybe, we were all celebrating, and you did begin by tantalizingly telling us that there was a shock and dismay first, and then, of course, they all understood no change and so on. So I want you to tell me exactly what they thought of India, and whether India was given credit or it was just said, okay, it was one of those things which happened and G20 happened to be successful. The second thing is, I was also reacting to something which happened in the morning, and Professor Pradeep Taneja told me that I should do this, so this is as good a time as any, and I will ask and then give you the mic, Professor Taneja, for you to ask the first question. He asked me that, listen, rule taker to rule shaper, or maybe it was Professor Amitabh Mattu, but it doesn't matter. Rule taker to rule shaper. I think we've decided a lot of principles, high-level principles in the G20 summit. If you see the Deccan principles of food and agriculture, food security and nutrition, you've got high principles of hydrogen, you've got principles for a global biofuels alliance, One Future alliance for the digital public infrastructure. These are norms, right? Principles are norms. I genuinely think even if we get 50% of these things right in terms of implementation, provided it is implemented, then I think we could be a rule shaper in some of these areas. The Jaipur call to action for small, medium enterprises and so on. Am I over-interpreting what these summit declarations are all about? Because you could argue that I was going through the Bali Declaration for my amusement, because now that has become a source of amusement. I mean, everybody has moved on to Delhi Declaration. The Bali Declaration had something on multilateral trade, principles for multilateral trade. They were actually very good from a WTO perspective. So that hasn't been taken forward. My last point to you is, and this is something I've been saying, maybe there should be a G20 summit entirely devoted for a balance sheet of what the G20 has done so far. Seriously. Every year we've been doing summits. Why can't one summit be entirely devoted to, listen, this is what, because you had John Curtin here, Manjeet was here. John Curtin is saying, quite shocking actually, last 20 years we've been talking of eliminating fuel subsidies. Does not happen. So let's at least make a balance sheet saying 20 years G20 said this, no compliance. 1 year G20 said something, full compliance. Maybe, I don't know, I'm dreaming. But let's have a balance sheet. So would you be in favor of that? Just your thoughts, and then Professor Pradeep Taneja, you can ask your first question.
Thank you, Mohanji. I think very important questions. Let me begin with the Ukraine bit first. This was my second visit to Ukraine since the war started in February last year. And I'm actually going to Russia. I was also in Russia in December last year, and I'm going to Russia next month. So I'll be very careful about what I'm saying here.
but
No,
he's a friend.
no, let me put it this way. I think the question in Kiev was why is there no mention of Russia in the communique, and unlike say in Bali, and I think there was dismay with regard to that. Much of the dismay or unhappiness came from the Western countries and folks who came from the United States, and not from Ukrainians themselves. And I must sort of make that argument. I think Ukrainians do understand why India has taken a certain decision on the Russia-Ukraine war, and sort of not said anything decisive one way or the other. Although I personally have written about it, and I've written in Foreign Affairs, making the argument that India has changed its position over time, including its own relations with the Russian Federation over time. Be that as it may, I think much of the unhappiness was expressed by people coming from Europe and the United States, and not from Ukraine itself. I just want to sort of leave it at that and move on to the second question. The second question was about the many interesting and important ideas expressed in the communique. Monji, you would agree with me that there is no dearth of good ideas in the world. We have a lot of interesting ideas generated on a daily basis by countries, by communities, by think tanks, by research institutions, universities, etc., etc. I think it's about, can you get the governments behind these ideas to implement them at the end of the day. Now, India did a great job of galvanizing some of these important issues from around the world, especially from the global south, and sort of giving it a sort of new lease of life. Having said that, I will also be a little self-critical about it. I will say that, as Professor Rajamohan pointed out, that multilateralism is a subset of great power politics, and I couldn't agree more with him on that. In fact, you should read E.H. Carr, the famous book, The 20-Year Crisis. It's a great book about the interwar period and the sort of idealism that persuaded countries to make certain decisions, etc. He questions, for example, the whole idea that there is a harmony of interests among states in the international system. Let's ask this self-critical question as to, not self-critical question, but it's for self-awareness. Why do we like the global south? Why do we like multilateralism or multipolarity for that matter? Do we have some kind of undying love for multipolarity and global south? Or do we think that global south will help us make our case stronger to get, say, membership of the UN Security Council, to be a pole in our own right? I think it is the latter. I think India thinks, and rightly so, that the global south and the arguments in favor of multipolarity will help us become a pole in our own right. It is all right to have those interests. I think the problem is that rhetoric is good, but again, I think it was Professor Rajamohan who said a long time ago about it is good to have rhetoric, but don't believe in your own rhetoric. That is not good policy. All countries have their own rhetoric, but please don't start believing in your own rhetoric. So, just one final example. Again, I'll quote Rajamohan here. For a very long time, until 1998, India kept talking about global nuclear apartheid. After that, do we talk about global nuclear apartheid anymore? We don't. And again, he has an excellent article. It's called India's Nuclear Exceptionalism. It's a fantastic article on how India changed after 1998 on some of these questions. So my simple point really is that let us not make too much virtue out of a realpolitik set of decisions based on realpolitik and national interest. And I think it is important to see it that way, so that we don't sort of start believing in our own rhetoric. I don't want to sort of, in any case, diminish New Delhi's agency in sort of organizing a great G20 summit, and there's no question about that. But I also want to sort of make the argument that we should not diminish the role of global geopolitics in sort of having aided that successful G20 presidency in Delhi. Thank you.
Mohan, you asked me about multi-alignment and I didn't answer that. I'm just going to say one thing and leave it for all of you. we're kind of still missing non-alignment, isn't it?
Raja, do you have anything at all to add, or we can? Yeah, please.
You asked about the future of multilateralism. I think we are moving already towards like-minded coalitions. Whether when we say mineral security partnership, we're talking about trusted global resilient supply chains. So the movement has already begun. Whether at some point you can come back together is a question. But at this point, whether institutions either like the Quad or of like-minded coalitions on the economic front are already breaking this understanding that everyone is going to come together. So there is a return of alliances, return of new coalitions because of the great power rivalry. The second thing I wanted to say was that there is no systemic challenge. I think let's be very clear. 5 years ago, it looked like China and Russia were capable of mounting a systemic challenge to the Western order. Now, as Chinese economy weakens, as Russia's own, I think, problem in Ukraine, this idea that China and Russia will construct an alternative pole. Remember when Xi Jinping went to Moscow? He said, we are moving things for the first time in a century. It doesn't look like that 6 months down the road. So this notion that somehow any number of times the Western order was challenged, but it has endured. And the fact that the Chinese and American cooperation produced good for both sides, and that's being undone, that is something. And I don't think China, Russia, or even the global south BRICS certainly is not in a position to construct a new order. The question is, what are the kind of coalitions that are going to emerge? How good? And if you take the US, the number 1 economy, number 3 is Japan, number 4 is Germany, number 5 is India, and India is closer to the West today. So we put together take the top G7, the coalition as long as the West can hang together. Sometimes it doesn't, but I think historically it has in a deeper trajectory. We are in a new phase. I think we got to recognize the West has done well in the last year, rightly or wrongly.
So Jagdish Bhagwati, who's a famous international trade economist, when he saw the trend towards free trade agreements, which were proliferating, he used the expression spaghetti bowl. And I am inclined to use spaghetti bowl now for the number of trilaterals and plurilaterals we have. I've lost count, frankly. There's so many, and these are very different, sometimes working at cross purposes, sometimes not, sometimes existing for the sake of existing. But I think we're looking at a spaghetti bowl. Professor Pradeep Taneja needs no introduction, but he's a very welcome guest from the University of Melbourne. We are host, for those of you who are not from Jindal here, we are hosting a wonderful delegation from the University of Melbourne. This idea was thought of 6 months before in a Zoom call that me and Pradeep had. So happy, Pradeep, to have you here, but please go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Mohan. I want to go back to this morning's session. Professor Amitabh Matu said this morning that the G20, the optics of G20 were similar to the Beijing hosting the 2000 Olympics. Maybe this was unintentional, but for Beijing 2008 Olympics were like the coming out party, China's arrival on world stage. And he said that G20 appeared, India's sort of hosting of G20 summit appeared to be something like that, the coming out party. Now, diplomacy historically is something which is done, behind closed doors. Students, many of them are doing international relations and diplomacy. For them, image of diplomacy would be diplomats, people sitting behind closed doors, perhaps in old age in smoke-filled rooms, and talking about international issues. But are there, and also the secretary, special secretary from the Ministry of External Affairs this morning, Mr. Pradeshi, he also said that we converted what was essentially a diplomatic event into a mass movement. Right? Now, this is not something which historically you associate diplomacy with, or major diplomatic events. You do associate Olympics with mass movement, but you don't associate diplomatic events with mass movement. So for the benefit of students, of international relations and diplomacy, perhaps, Raja Mohan or Ambassador Puri would want to sort of tell us, are there any costs, perhaps costs and benefits, of converting diplomatic events into mass movement for future hosts of such events?
I just would say, I will hold the champagne glasses. It's not your coming out party yet. That Chinese GDP in 2008, the Olympics took place, was $5 trillion. We're still 4-5 years away from it. So I think go by the real metrics of power. And I think we got some distance to go. And unlike China, I mean, we have other challenges as well to deal with. So I would say the mistake China made, I think, the apologies to our Chinese friends, the assumption made in 2008, China was on the up, the West was on decline, therefore China could do certain things. I think that fundamental calculation has proved to be wrong. And I think that's where the questions are being raised, including in China, whether this judgment that Xi Jinping made was correct. And the assertions based on her account, and I think history will tell us that. But the assumptions made were part of the problem. I would say don't be triumphant. There is a lot to learn from this summit. Celebrate your growing diplomatic club, which is rooted in your economic power, rather than getting into this thing of, oh, we're not at the right. I would say,
Manjeev?
So we don't drink champagne. Isn't that the answer to it? Look, you know, this mass movement business, obviously a grand success in India. I can tell you, I have, in the last 1 year, traveled to several parts of the country, doing things for friends and others related. Anywhere you go, people in universities, students, etc., there's a sense of recognition, a sense of pride. And one of the things they say is, they kind of feel, oh, we kind of arrived. Now that's great for us in our country. I don't expect any one of the other G20 to be mesmerized by that. Of course, they were very happy coming for these meetings, being looked after, a fleet of cars, multi-cuisine dinners and dances and this, that, and the other. Why not? I mean, all of us are part of that brigade who enjoyed other people's hospitality. The Chinese have been doing it greatly for us. Even the Americans do it in their own style. You know, it's not that they don't do it. When people have to do it. So there's no issue on that count. But will the Brazilians do it? I don't know. All this depends on your domestic situation. You know, this was the 18th G20 summit. Do you know how many were held in big cities? Only a handful. The first one was Pittsburgh, if you don't mind. Then there was one in London, because that was the easiest thing for them to do at that stage, the height of the global recession. And there's been one in Rome, that too in the midst of COVID, when movement was kind of restricted, 2021. Otherwise, they've been in Los Cabos, where was that in Turkey, in some big resort, and so on and so on. That's been the nature. Where did the Indonesians hold it? In Bali. Where are the Brazilians going to do it? Not in Sao Paulo.
Middle of Amazon forest. That's serious. There is going to be one meeting there.
Yeah, that's fine. Meetings will be in lots of places. In Rio, sensible place, everything is in order. Look, it's the nature of India's domestic polity. And therefore, you have to take the opportunities that come your way. The 75th years of India's independence, etc., etc. The Brazilians have a completely different view. I don't know what they would do or not. That's up to them to do. But leveraging opportunities, I think credit needs to be given for that. That needs to be recognized. What you need to do is for you to decide. There can't be a standard template.
Thank you, Manjeev. Professor Happy Moon Jacob has to go, so I will give you the floor for questions, but perhaps a last word from you.
Thank you. I just want to sort of pitch in with the other two panelists on the question of whether it is the time for a big celebration in New Delhi about the coming out party as it were. But I think clearly there is no doubt that India of 1991 is not the India of 2022. Clearly, we are. I mean, look at the amount of foreign exchange reserves we had in 1991 as opposed to what we have today. Look at the GDP in 1991 and the GDP today. I think it's a completely different story altogether. You are also looking at one of the biggest military powers on planet Earth with nuclear weapons. apart from, of course, this being a $3.7 trillion dollar economy, material power has grown, and the growth in that material power has had implications on India's foreign policy making, on India's vision of what kind of a country and power India wants to be in the international system. No doubt about that either. There is also, as I said earlier, peer acceptability from the international system about India being a power of consequence in the international system. Having said that, I think there are also fundamental challenges to India's rise. Just to give you an example, I don't know if the two former IFS officers would agree with me on that or not. I think we have a short-staffed MEA. We need to have more diplomats to carry out India's diplomatic work abroad. We need to have more policies. Do we have a national security policy? Do we have a properly articulated Indo-Pacific policy, for example? I think these are important things. You can't achieve great power status or be a pole, however small or medium that is, in the international system without having put your house in order. Like having policies, like having people. You go to a multilateral meeting, the Chinese will come with 50 diplomats, and the Indians will go with 2 of them. The 2 of them are very smart, I have no doubts about that. But the point is, you need lot more man-women power when it comes to becoming a great power. I think I'll leave it at that. And thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Questions? Please. Yeah, okay, somebody from the father's name, yeah. Then we'll come here. Maybe we'll take 2-3 questions at a time. Otherwise it'll be, quickly, don't go into a long commentary, please.
I wanted to connect 2 of the concepts that Professor Kumar, you and Ambassador Puri spoke about. Ambassador Puri spoke about how G20 acts as a forum for de jure change, which leads to de facto change, and you spoke about how India is becoming a rule shaper. So is today India just a rule shaper for de jure change, or will it also become a rule shaper for de facto change? And if so, how does it do that?
Excellent question, yeah. Next. Somebody has to move the, Varunish, why don't you tell some,
Thank you, Ambassador Puri and Professor Mohan. Now, Ambassador, since my original question to you was going to be about climate change, since that is that is your nature of work, but since you mentioned the 1973 Libya Convention, I wanted to ask you and our Professor Mohan Kumar, what is your view on, or what is your definition of peacemaking and peace building in today's international world order, and how it changes with legal systems such as the Hague Invasion Act, which is instituted by the United States of America? Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, so my question is for both Ambassador Singh and Professor Mohan. So you spoke, first to Professor Mohan, you spoke about the global south and basically it being a geopolitical issue all around the world. My question to you is, recently the US made a statement about the thing going on in China, going on in Canada about Trudeau accusing the Indian government of doing certain things without any justifiable claims or any evidence whatsoever. Why do you think a country like Canada would challenge India's authority in such a way? And my next question is to Ambassador Singh. Right now, as it stands, the population of the youth in India is more than 80%. And out of which the only 20% of them are skilled laborers or considered to be skilled laborers as it stands. Do you think, with regards to that India is in a particularly transitory state of global dominance in that way?
Okay, just a temporary stop so that we don't lose track of the questions.
Briefly, I mean, look, I said all politics is local. Then. So what's happening today is really a reflection of the state of play within Canada. That's one big force. For him, that said, critically depends on the NDP, which is he also depends on this. Other day, one of his former ambassadors told me, Canadian foreign policy is the foreign policy of minorities. There are multiple minorities, and I think what happened in Ukraine as well, they're trying to retail politics in Canada is focused on mobilizing these different groups. And the cost of actually what you might do with other countries seems to be, they seem to think it is less than what they gain domestically. I think that's what is driving it. So it's not that small countries don't challenge big countries. Of course they do. The question is, you've got to wait and see what comes up. The fact is, when your politics is questioned, you think it is threatened, they will say things. But otherwise, look, your friend asked a very legal technical question. India is not the first country to, exercise extra jurisdictional authority to assassinate, assuming India has done. A lot of countries have say do it all the time. So this assumption somehow is a fundamental change is wrong. What US is saying is investigate. India is saying we are ready to investigate. India is saying show me the evidence. Americans are saying you should take the investigation forward. That's where we are. India is saying we haven't got any evidence that is legally permissible. So that's where it is. Look, don't build this up. This really, I don't think this fundamentally affects the nature of India's relationship with the US or the G20 outcomes. It only tells you that there will always be problems that you have to manage. And that's why you're not arrived here. And there are going to be issues. It's a story of continuous tending, resolving problems, going beyond them, rather than there's a point at which bingo, we are home and happily lived ever after. We're not there.
Thank you, Raja. The big country, small country, before I ask Ambassador Puri to respond to the other questions. Prime Minister of Solomon has decided not to attend a summit organized by the United States. That should give you an idea about how small countries take on big countries. Due respect to Solomon Islands and of course always respect to US. Look at the kind of tussle that goes on there. It is a lesson in international relations, if you like. Small countries will have much less to lose sometimes by taking you on.
I'm reminded of Kiribati doing this some 40 years back when they tied up with the Soviet Union in those days. But look, man, the reality is they can't. This is just for the sake of saying it. The others also don't care. If I ever take you, if you come with me, we take a walk around New York and just look at the nationalities or the green card status of most permanent representatives, you'll be shocked. That's the reality of life. Friend, you asked a question about de jure and de facto. I was a little confused. De jure is actually rule making. Yeah, the G20 is not about de jure. De jure is about what happens at the WTO, what happens at the UN, at the IMF. I mean, to the extent they may not be hard de jure decisions, but they are international law, some soft, some binding. The G20 is a kind of de facto forum. What happens in the UN or at the WTO or anywhere, when you really are down to the crux of things, the people who matter, some may be big boys, some small countries are just, taking advantage of the process and saying, no, you sit down together and you try and hammer out an answer. If you can't, I'm afraid that's the end of any institutional arrangement. So the G20 in a sense is a largish gathering of the big boys or the big girls or whatever it is, who come together and hopefully once they come on the same page at the de jure venue, they will act together. If for no other reason, people will show their own document to them and try and put some pressure. Will the others who are not there act in that way? I don't know. And I don't think that will necessarily happen on a lot of things where we had concurrence, consensus, the word that we like to use on the G20 declaration here. No, this is a different kind of get together. Those are places where every country acts very seriously, even though you can say, how does a UN resolution matter? Because there is a de jure, let me say there's a legal kind of thing. One, you asked me something about people, numbers, young people, this, that, the other. Is that what you asked me? Because I was a little confused with
No, my question was, since we have all these unskilled laborers,
only 20% of the population
is skilled. So, yeah, look, we have a demographic advantage for what is it, about 20, 25 odd years. You have to take advantage of it. In terms of people that the rest of the world wants, I have a bit of a contrary view. I don't think the world wants skilled guys. Do you know today, if you want a permanent residency In one of the European countries, you can say you got a PhD, nobody wants you, man. There are hundreds of them floating around there. You simply say, I'll do the thing which you don't want to mention. You get a job straight away. Yes, sir. No, nurses are highly qualified. But let me tell you, the realities of life are like that. As yet, robotics hasn't found the answer to everything. So human beings are. Yeah, asylums and all are different. I wish you'd ask me about climate. Please do. It's perhaps the defining issue and perhaps the most important issue in terms of global economy in the future, without any doubt, no matter what we talk about, etc. But you asked me some questions about this the Hague Act and so on. Hey, come on, big power. They want to have a legal act to prevent their guys who do wrong from not being prosecuted. So, we should all enact these kind of acts. Why not? Why should we not? But it shows something else to you. It's a country which wears on its sleeve a rule of law country. So executive decisions is not sufficient. We in India, by and large, I digress a little bit. In the developed world, to enact legislation is one hell of a job. Once it gets enacted, there's no escape, it gets implemented. In large parts of the developing world, including India, enacting legislation is literally, if you don't mind my saying, some piece of cake. Implementing it, let's have another discussion. Many rounds at Jindal Global University on all of that. Peacekeeping, peacemaking. Let's start off. I'm not talking about Korea. Let's leave that out. Let's start the first ones in Congo. What were they fundamentally? So let's look at it. Why is India, and if we have the subcontinent, Pakistan and Bangladesh and Nepal added together with that, by far the largest contributor to UN peacekeeping missions. Go back to the Raj. The Indian army was patrolling all over the place. If you don't mind, in a country which today we have to look up to also. Right? All over Africa, whole of the Middle East, because that was the nature of it. And so the same system was basically interposed. And we became the first to go by with, in some senses. All our chaps had training. The first set of people who went for the Congo operation had all served prior to the Second World War in some kind or the other. What you may say, I won't use the word peacekeeping for those days, but let me say peace enforcement or law and order enforcement, rule enforcement. Things have to change. They have to change. You can't today have only ideas that come from the Western world. I can give you n number of examples. I gave you the example of Libya, South Sudan, classic example of this kind of stuff. I often ask, why can't some guys from my country, why can't some guys from China be appointed special rapporteurs or special representatives? I'm afraid, friend, at the UN, 3 things matter. De jure power, which has been given to 5. Those who have money, those who contribute, because then they get people and then their ideas. That's how life is.
Thank you very much on that wonderful note. Thank you very much. We'll have a small cold coffee break and then we will reconvene in 10 minutes. Right? Yes, of course, felicitation. Yes, thank you very much. 1 minute, let me just felicitate after that. Please down. We'll go down. Manjeev, I hope this is
No, Nicola is moderating. She's here. She's arrived in the hotel. She'll be here soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
Interesting panel.
Can you please take a shot?
Let me put my water bottle away. I'm glad you able to come back.
you, because we're going to use a crystal ball and gaze into the future. So we'll wait for the other students to come, but we're going to start, right? Thank you. So it's my absolute pleasure and privilege to introduce the Provost of the University of Melbourne. She would have been here in the morning with the Vice Chancellor, but for the fact that she was on a plane, she was in Pune, and therefore we have the great honor of having her for this session. She's been Provost at the University of Melbourne from September 2021, and she was previously Vice President and Vice Principal at King's College, London. Most importantly, and this is what I think most of you should take note, she has co-edited a very wonderful book. I haven't read it myself, but it's quite an amazing book, which is on the political economy, the global political economy, a multidisciplinary approach which incorporates a diverse range of perspectives. I'm going to pick it up straight away anyway, but I think if you guys think, I will write an email to the library, because that's how it works in the Jindal Global University. We will ask the library to procure 5 or 6 copies so that you can access the book. It looks like an amazing book. So without much ado, we have a very, very senior person from the University of Melbourne to moderate this panel. It's my understanding that this panel will look at the future, because it's not as if life ended with the G20 summit, right? I mean, even the G20's life did not end. So India's presidency continues, the G20 will continue, and as we saw in the previous session, Professor Nicola Phillips, if I can just fill you in, the general view, the one big takeaway, at least from the panel I chaired, was that it might have been a diplomatic victory for India, but geopolitics continues. It's not as if the geopolitics has fundamentally changed following the Delhi G20 summit. Might have gotten worse, might have gotten better, but geopolitics continues. That was the one overriding conclusion, I thought, but I leave it to you and your colleagues to tell us what you think the future holds for all of us. So with those words, Professor Nicola Phillips, it's my absolute pleasure to hand over the mic to you. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an incredibly generous introduction. Thank you so much, and thank you particularly for the interest in the book. I don't have to say anything now. You've done it for me, and everybody's aware. I should just mention that Evgeny is one of the contributors to the book, so maybe he will reprise some of the comments that he made there in our discussion today. I'm really very pleased to be here. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry that I haven't been here for the whole day. I was, as you said, in Pune and on a flight here, but I'm here in time for the last session. The flight got really pleased to participate in what sounds to have been a really enjoyable, really engaged, really interesting day. I'm delighted to hear that. I should just indicate how much, sort of on behalf of the University of Melbourne, as it were, I know that you've heard this already from my colleagues, but how much this partnership and this relationship means to us at the University of Melbourne. And I'm really pleased that we were able to use this visit to be here with you all. So our panel, as you all know, is the crystal ball panel. Crystal balls are always hazardous. In politics and international relations, as in most areas of life. But it's our job to try to mobilise what we know now after the G20 summit to think about where we go next. And as you say, things very rarely change fundamentally with a single summit. But let's think about what has changed, what needs to change, really importantly, and what should change, and where we should be trying to go between now and the next time that the G20 meet, or what needs to happen on all of the issues that no doubt you've been discussing this morning. And I'm delighted to be joined on the panel by 3 people who will get our discussion started with 8 to 10 minutes of comments on your views on future directions, next steps perhaps, but what's really needed now, what's really needed next. I'll allow you to introduce yourselves perhaps, but just very briefly, as you can see from the programme on my left is Professor Salma Bava from JNU, Professor in Jean Monnet Chair in the Centre for European Studies. My colleague, Dr. Evgeny Posnikov from the University of Melbourne, and Professor Ravi Thapa. I'm really looking forward to this discussion. I propose not to delay proceedings any further. Salma, perhaps you would like to kick us off, and then we can all open the discussion after you've all spoken. 8 to 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Nicola. And I'm at JNU. When I see Ambassador Mohan, I think I should start getting into the advertisement spiel and say the opposite university or what. We are all partners in the same game. Nicola, you just pointed out crystal ball gazing is terrible, and especially a late afternoon on a full stomach, even more terrible. With low oxygen supply, I think you could, clearly have an announcement coming down. Oxygen masks are falling down. Please start inhaling. Why do I say that? I think the G20, when it, 3 weeks back, as we kept our date with time and history in New Delhi, because it's a 20 members group, it means it takes time. It'll be another 20 years, the world will be a different place. For New Delhi, definitely a moment of diplomatic happening. Getting a summit declaration together in the background is extremely important and puts light on the diplomatic capability states have and the perseverance to be able to bring together that kind of political resilience, where everybody can come on board. That's easier said than done, and we've seen that. So I'm not going to get into that. You've had the whole day of looking at it. My job here is to really flag where we are at this point with that document in the backdrop. How do we go ahead? Let me just put 4 important points down and then just build on it. The first thing I could tell about the G20 summit as, we look at what transpired in Delhi, to say that it was the gold standard of informal multilateralism. Why do I say that? Because I think everything as a reference point is the formal structure and the formal architecture. And it draws attention to what is happening over there and not happening. And why then, in that context, getting a document out is phenomenal significance in terms of the kind of understanding which can be reached around the table. And I say the gold standard because that is what we are missing from the formal. The formal, has a buy-in to it. The informal is about goodwill. And that's a huge world of difference in terms of the legal architecture, the implications for states and what they do in terms of their obligations as members of the United Nations, and what it means when we collectively sit together around a table on an informal, but very, very important. So I think that's the first point I have over here. Second, I think we saw the very strong interface of geopolitics and geoeconomics. There was no way of insulating the geoeconomics from the geopolitics. Rather, everything which is geoeconomic today is geopolitical. We were just, getting introduced to each other, and you're doing political economy. And I think trade is the most securitized, right? So if anybody said we don't look at it in that lens, I think that age of innocence is gone, where we could clearly delineate between this is a geopolitical thing and that is a geoeconomic. Everything geoeconomic stacks up number 1 on geopolitics. So how do you get the business of the economics arena moving if you're so caught up in the politics of doing business, right? If you can't insulate, how do you then create the spaces? Because you can't have the geoeconomics held hostage or the geoeconomics getting increasingly designed by different meanings of the geopolitics. So that means we're going to get even more kind of different groupings evolving. And that's going to happen definitely on the informal arena, in the sector where multilateralism will produce different, different constellations of states who are not necessarily sitting together on an ideological platform together. I think that's a very important point to also keep in mind. Third, as we move ahead, particularly from the summit in Delhi into the next few years, as the baton moves from Indonesia to New Delhi and Brazil and South Africa, we're clearly seeing the age, at least the next 3 years in a row, is about the global south, which is then, setting the agenda. And that's purely a default thing, because if you are the leader, you set the agenda. But the troika in the design means that it is going to be an increasingly global South voice which will articulate the concerns, in the sense how the global economy impacts, erodes, invades, diminishes, depletes economies of the global South. And that conversation is going to get highly contested, I think. And the fact that the African Union has come on board, we brought it, also shows that there's hardly any bit of the population which is left out now, right? And so that really brings back me to the first point of this, what I want to talk about again, is this divide between the formal institutional architecture and the informal. If everybody's on board into this informal architecture as represented by the G20, then what's happening with our formal? That's really a question which begs a very important answer in terms of, it's not our incapacity to negotiate. I mean, we've shown that as we look at even getting together and coming to an agreement on what is the agenda you want to do within the framework of the G20. These are commitments, and I'm sure states will hold each other to a high benchmark of coming through on these commitments. So there is no legal compliance on that, right? So it's a commitment for hope, it's a commitment for bettership, it's a commitment for having equity and justice for all. And you would think that you actually would be discussing about formal institution architecture over here. But actually we're talking about the informal taking the lead. What does that tell us about our ability to cooperate within formal and informal multilateral frameworks? Why is it easier to negotiate, or why is it we're able to come to an understanding? Is it because of the lack of, the difference in the legal nomenclatures of both? Both are at essence, vehicles and platforms for cooperation, but very different kind of output producing effects, and I think that's extremely important. And then finally, just a concluding point, and I stop there. I think it also draws attention to leadership, to political leadership, to the kind of political vision one would like to bring on the table. If I would see the G20 as an opportunity which allows a state to set an agenda in cooperation with the two other members of the Troika, then it's also about cumulatively. Leadership is not just a solo journey. In today's interdependent world, leadership is about the collective and the ability to lead that collective in a direction which can produce a larger sum of global governance in that sense. Secondly, a larger amount of global public goods. If I were to look at the G20 as the ability in the economic arena to produce that global public. And I think that draws attention to leadership in the ways we demand, as what we consume. How will leadership set the agenda? How will it work with each other in overcoming the fact that you have to navigate the waters of geopolitics? And third, be able to come to a certain understanding, which should not be the least common denominator by all definitions, but something where we really should strive for the better quality of life. And in that sense, I think it's a moment to look forward, but it's also importantly for us as a group of researchers to also unpack formal and informal arrangements of cooperation. And how is it that we can set the agenda moving forward? Thank you.
Thanks, Alma. That incredibly interesting points there. I could pick up on every single one of them, but I won't. But I can't resist just before passing to Evgeny. Just picking up on your last point about political leadership. Doesn't that suggest then that everything is incredibly volatile? You've made the point in relation to geopolitics and geoeconomics as well. That this is so intensely political, and we've seen as governments change in different countries around the world and in member countries of the various groupings, just how dramatically we can be going backwards in areas that we think we've made progress in, or alternatively, more positively, really accelerating where we haven't been making any progress for very many years. But it's also the combinations of the politics that are brought to the table by different governments. So, with a crystal ball then, doesn't it mean that it's almost impossible to imagine that we're making sort of stable and sustained progress on many of the issues that were being addressed at the summit just now and that need to be addressed by G20 countries as we move ahead?
So So I think, I mean, for democracies, you are caught in the tussle of the mandate periodically. And the tussle of the mandate is also about changing identity perceptions within states, changing interests which have to be repositioned continuously. What you talk about the leadership is also, I would see, as a two-level kind of a thing. How do you raise your collective expectation to produce something better at the external? But then you'll have to go back and sell it to your own population at the end of the day. And then that kind of bridge building on both sides, these are very difficult tasks. A leader could be coming into the G20 and then subsequently facing a national mandate where, that leader may not be there to lead in the next instance. But somebody else would come. It doesn't mean the absence of it. I would think of a new way of collective commitment. I mean, in the sense of India's slogan of the One Earth. I mean, this year's climate disasters is just an empirical evidence. It's not a tiny footnote, but it's a grim reminder that we are interconnected, that if the butterfly flutters its wings somewhere, it will create a disaster somewhere else. And we are not so insulated from each other as we like to think. But the challenge of leadership is, how do you commit to a broader goal and still be able to come back? And how do we keep measuring ourselves to what we can take forward? Because those leaders who are in democratic frameworks will have to go back and get a mandate. Those who are not, they can decide their own mandate. And I think that's a very different challenge in bringing different kinds of leadership together.
Thank you. Lots to say on that, and no doubt others will have comments. But let's go to you, Jenny, first of all, to sort of
Sure,
your
thank you.
preamble.
I'm going to be old-fashioned and use slides. So if I could get them on screen, and please bear with me. So hi again, and thank you for inviting me, and thank you, G20 Global, for hosting this amazing event. The talk, or the title of my talk, is G20 in the Era of Geoeconomics. So I'm going to actually expound on many of the issues that have been raised, and it will echo many things that have been already said. But what I thought I might do is to predict the future. I guess we need to understand where we are at, and kind of comment on the trends and how they might develop further. So I think that's really what I'm going to try to do today. And I'm a political economist, and I work on trade policy mainly, so you'll see that. So I'm biased. So in terms of which issues should take precedence and importance, so bear with me. So I thought I would just diagnose some of the trends from my kind of political economy perspective first, right? And what we are seeing, of course, and what is really worrying for someone like me and many others in the room, is the trend of rising protectionism coming from the global north. So we see that, of course, starting in, how do I move?
Turn them all the way around.
Oh, right, okay. Is it this way? Sorry. Anyway, so protectionism, right? Obviously, starting with the competition, yes, between the United States and China, and everyone has been dragged into it, right? So, so it has all the trappings of this geoeconomics, right? So, trade, as has already said, is high politics now. So, right? Okay. All right. So this is what we're dealing with, and you see others. So I started with the U.S. of course, right? And under Donald Trump, and even before him, right? And, Bidenomics now is continuing some of the same trends, but you see others being dragged into it, right? Including the European Union, the long proponent of multilateralism and trade openness, right? So both the EU and the US are now unveiling more and more unilateral trade policies. So the United States, right, the most recent set of unilateral policies, of course, stem from the Green New Deal and the new, or not so new anymore, Inflation Reduction Act, IRA, right, which is basically a bunch of subsidies, right, to different industries to produce things like wind turbines and EVs, right, in order to take that production, move that production away from China to the United States and prop up manufacturing in the United States, and that will benefit U.S. workers, right? So you see some similar trends coming from the European Union in the form of the European Green Deal, and some of the trade policies related to it, such as the CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, right, which is basically an attempt to put tariffs on countries for them being dirty, right? So taxing dirty exports, right? And so there are new unilateral mechanisms that the EU has unveiled: due diligence, right, making European companies enforce certain sustainability principles through their value chains, right? So it's a unilateral policy, anti-coercion instrument, deforestation instrument, right? Similar to due diligence, right? So all those things that go back to this kind of greening agenda, right? So what we're seeing now, on the one hand, is this trend of fragmentation of the open rules-based trade system, right? But also, so mercantilism, right? Rising protectionism. Also, protectionism has this new green phase these days, right? So starting with the US and the EU following in the same kind of footsteps, right? So green phase of mercantilism. So it's kind of, you know, benevolent protectionism, the way it's sort of presented, right, to us, to the public, to to people who work on trade, right? And I should say, I'm not against using trade, right, to achieve other kind of goals like sustainability. In fact, I came into this field writing about integration between trade agreements and environmental standards, labor standards. I was a great believer in that, right? But what I'm seeing now is that those policies are increasingly unilateral, and I think they're actually going to defeat that kind of larger purpose of integrating sustainability principles into the rules of global trade, right? So, but what we're also seeing is that the attitudes in the global south, in countries like India, right, and other G20 members, are quite different, right? There's still a lot more appetite remaining for free trade and further trade liberalization in the global south. And here I would draw on some of my own recent research, right? So we see this big trend, which is the rise of South-South preferential trade agreements, or PTAs, which are basically free trade agreements, right? Signed exclusively among countries who are in the global south, right? So not north-south, but south-south trade agreements. So they're proliferating, right? And what my recent research shows is that they're not just proliferating, they're growing in their depth in terms of the issues that they cover. And mainly talk about regulatory issues here, right? So we tend to think of them as shallow agreements, but they're not anymore. So they are increasingly taking on board, incorporating those regulatory issues which previously countries in the global south actually were not in favor of, the so-called Singapore issues. So they pose them in the WTO, but they're incorporating them in their own agreements without the push from the global north, importantly, right? Because these are not north-south agreements, they're south-south agreements. You see similar trends emerging across what I call autocratic PTAs, right? So the world, of course, there are many autocracies, there's probably an increasing number of autocracies, right? So they also are eager to sign new trade deals among each other. And in fact, they exhibit the same trends. They increasingly incorporate those same issues, right? And so there is appetite even among autocracies for more free trade, right? Because it's ultimately good for them. More jobs, investment, growth, right? So which is more legitimacy for the regime, of course, right? So we know that looking at China. Obviously, GVC integration, which the global south has been a real beneficiary of, because it leads to economic and social upgrading, right, has happened and is happening, right? So it's really not in the interest of the global south to disrupt that, right? So we see that also when we look at the amount of public support that still exists for free trade in the global south compared to the global north. So this rising protectionism, right, from the global north is really concerning because it threatens to upset the previous gains, right, and achievements that the global south has had. So these are just some graphs, right, showing that if you're not convinced, indeed, the depth of South-South trade agreements is growing, right? So, and it's growing quite significantly, right? So what it means, right, I should step back and say, it just shows that countries in the global south are actually socialized increasingly into the rules of global trade, right? If you need any other proof, right, well, I don't know what it would be, this is it, right? So in their South-South agreements, they're basically incorporating those kinds of rules, going a lot further, right, than what the WTO requires, and doing sort of in the spirit of the WTO, but also previous agreements, right? So increasing the overpricing PTAs, right? So more and more of them, right? So everyone is eager for more trade and rules-based trade, importantly, right? So not unilateral trade policies. As I said, attitudes in Global South further show us, right, that there's more appetite for free trade, right? So compared to countries in the Global North, right, this is quite striking, right? So some would call it the tunnel theory of globalization, right? People in the Global North, workers, right, don't see any more benefit in further trade liberalization. They've achieved it, they've actually lost from it, many of them, right, trade. Globalization losers, right? Whereas the Global South is people, right, workers still see that they can get much further ahead, right, light at the end of the tunnel, right? So more opportunities, more jobs, right? So that's probably what's behind those differing attitudes. Right, so what can G20 do, I guess, about all these things? So, and I just think that the kind of lessons from the past can be really instructive, right? So the moment of glory of G20 was post-GFC, 2008-2009. Someone mentioned the G20 summit in Pittsburgh. I was in Pittsburgh doing my PhD, so it's actually not such a terrible place, believe me, right? And Pittsburgh was chosen because to hold G20 because it is a city in the Rust Belt, post-industrial, that was able to rejuvenate and reinvent itself, right? So quite symbolic, right? So coordination of macroeconomic policies has happened back then, right? So these, importantly, protectionist impulses and back then enabled policies were nipped in the bud, right? They're curtailed, right? Daniel Dresner famously wrote in his book, "The System Worked," right? And G20 is what actually rescued the system, right? So what can it do now, right? I'll just skip that because everyone knows that, right? So we already talked about it. So G20 is good at putting issues on the agenda for other organizations, right? More formal. So I was very happy to hear about the discussions around dispute settlement and appellate body in the WTO, how G20 might address that and then put that on the agenda for the WTO, right? So obviously, elevating voices of emerging powers is really important. Again, really great to see how India is trying to bring on board more countries in the Global South, including African Union, right? And by the way, African Union now is also African Continental Free Trade Area, the largest South-South PTA, right? So it is happening, right? So countries, including in Africa, are eager to liberalize trade further, do it in a rules-based fashion, as I said. So here's the blueprint, right? Obviously, I'm not saying that everything is rosy. There's this real rift between the West and the rest within the G20, right? But there's going to be more chances to find common ground around probably economic issues and not security issues, just like back in 2008, right? So it is then probably it would be great for countries in the South, like India, to put trade back on the agenda for the G20, right, and other organizations, and try to broker some consensus, right, that could be probably achieved around economic issues, but not security issues, right? So originally the G20 was an economic organization, right, not security organization, being dragged into geopolitics and security and all that, right? But perhaps it's not such a great thing, right? And of course, G20 would have some like-minded partners, countries like Australia, Canada, Japan, who also are really worried about this rising mercantilism and green mercantilism, right? So the EU is prevaricating, but will probably be convinced to come back to its long-term preference for more multilateralism, right? Because it's really reacting to what the US has been doing. So there's this common interest in trade, GVC integration. I'm just, this is on my last slide, right? Showing us, right, that potentially in the future, right, at future summits, the G20 can be seen and act as an antidote to geo-economic competition among these great powers and this mercantilist push coming from the global north, right? So it can put back on the agenda these rules-based trade policies, potentially around GVC integration, GVC resilience, right? Zeroing trade distorting practices, right? But also what I think, because this greening trade is not going away, right? So the green trade deal is there. So multilateralizing some of those rules, right? Making sure that it's not just the EU and the US that benefit from, that others benefit from them too, right? Could be something G20 could deal with in the future. And I think quite successfully, right? But importantly, only by bringing on board more LDCs and developing some common framework for them, right? So again, the countries like India, other countries in the Global South have this market power, right? Actually, there are increasingly that's where economic power is, right? So they can be quite convincing, I think, bringing those issues back on the agenda, putting them on the agenda, right? Strategically framing issues and learning from previous examples of success. Thank you.
Thanks, Evgeny. It's so interesting listening to you speak about that. You know, thinking about the kinds of discussions that we were having about trade 20 years ago, 30, 40, 50 years ago. It's changing so dramatically. But can I just push you a little bit on one part of your argument? You said that your concern wasn't so much about what's being presented and described as benevolent protectionism, but rather about the fact that this was developing unilaterally. It was the unilateralism of it that was worrying you more than the benevolent protectionism. Have I interpreted that argument correctly?
Absolutely.
But can you just go a little bit further, because that's seems to sort of take you to a slightly different place from where you ended, which was about, as I interpreted it, about the role of the G20 in making sure that there's a collective commitment to multilateralism and to freer trade and so on, for all of the reasons that you mentioned. But you started off by saying that benevolent protectionism isn't necessarily such a bad thing, just so long as it's done collectively rather than unilaterally.
And I think that's exactly what I'm trying to say, I think, right? So when it's done not unilaterally but collectively, right, making sure that it's not just workers in the US that benefit from more domestic manufacturing, right, but then workers in the EU that benefit from CBAM, right, but that those policies are done collectively, right, and countries that are not there yet, right, to implement those kinds of green policies that the global north is advocating are helped and assisted with, right, and not punished, and that would be quite convincing, right, then in terms of bringing those countries, right, and socializing them into this idea, right, how to make trade greener, I guess, and more sustainable, and is that so as long as it's not done unilaterally, I think that's really the crux here, because and it has been done more multilaterally in previous couple of decades, right? Because it was on the WTO agenda at some point, and it kind of moved to the PTA agenda, right? So which is, it's not multilateral, it's kind of plurilateral, bilateral, right? But now it's unilateral, right? So perhaps.
It's interesting. But perhaps we can come back to it in the discussion. But just, you know, again with your crystal ball in front of you, does this mean that we're now, you know, moving quite rapidly away from free trade as an underpinning principle of the multilateral system?
Well, I mean, that would be unfortunate. Look, I think ultimately, right, so the WTO is still there, it's probably there to stay, right, so everyone benefits from it. I think what we are seeing is further trade liberalization, right, that is under question, right, and kind of rules-based or liberalization, so I just, look at the danger, right, so back in the neighbor policies, right, so they're real, right, they're already happening, right, so the EU is reacting, Canada is reacting, right, through its own policies. So I don't think we're there yet, right, at the point where the whole rules-based trade system has just broken apart, right? And I hope it doesn't happen. And it would be for mechanisms like the G20 to ensure that doesn't happen. But we're close, I guess. That's what I would say. We're not there yet, but we're very close, right? And it's dangerously close. I would just say that.
I'd love to carry on this conversation, but we should move to Ravi. Obviously, I asked the question with full awareness that we have to be very careful that trade is never free in that sense, you know. So whether we're moving towards or away from something is always a relative concept. But I'm going to resist temptation, and we'll pick it up again in the discussion. Ravi, your 8 to 10 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Phillips. This is a very profound subject, and we're in the midst of a polycrisis. I don't think I am qualified, really. Never served in the UN, but yes, as a newly turned academic, I've had some perspectives. We're here to evaluate the G20 and to look at the future. Certainly, I think it's a very, very aspirational document which has come about. It is a vision document. It has really brought a lot of political will together in this very, very torn and fragmented world. But if I may submit, even though I'm not qualified, I think we are already 20 years late. This should have happened soon after the Millennium Goals. So it's brought in everything. It's brought in public debt, digital public infrastructure, poverty, global debt. It's brought about digital divide. It's talking about disaster management. It's talking about all climate change, climate finance. It has the works. I think Indian diplomats, Indian officials have really worked very hard, and the voice of the global South was indeed principle. It's about time, opportune. It should have happened, and we took it up, and it's been registered. The question is, so many tall objectives and goalposts have been stipulated in the document. The record till now has not been very, very good. And there's a bit of a lawyer in me, and I'm a little skeptical. Even the $100 billion, which has been reiterated for climate finance, translated even before the COVID. I mean, we're talking of pre-20. For 2015, this should have happened by now. It's not been happening. The Millennium Goals got translated into Sustainable Development Goals, and the UN Secretary General's SDG report in July 2023 very clearly says that we're in a polycrisis. The global debt is about 92 trillion. If we don't cure what we're doing, there will be about 573 million people in a state of extreme poverty by 2030, which is when we realize, technically, theoretically, the UN SDGs. 84 million people will be out of school. 300 million people will lack basics, literacy skills. So if that is the scenario in front of us, I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but the fact is we have to be realistic. This is an economic mechanism. This is a body of learned experts who have been tasked to find solutions on economic issues. So my first fear or apprehension is from the 2 years after particularly the Russian-Ukraine war, I think too much of the naming and shaming game. Diplomats, we've been in multilateral gatherings, so we do it all the time. Naming and shaming countries. I think we should avoid this. And we should keep more and more, we should avoid the politics. There was something in the previous discussion, a leader goes back and he is talking. Whichever leader goes back to his country or to his flock, he is accountable today for the economic livelihood and the state of development his country is in. And why do I say this? To pick up from your slide, excessive globalization. And Mohan has heard me say this, and apologies to you and to the other students. I come back to Willy Brandt, a brilliant North-South common crisis, whatever reports he gave at that time, it has only strengthened what he forecasted. Global interdependence of economies has really proliferated. And for me, the way forward, therefore, has to be based on the economic principle. I do not agree that geopolitics is the first frontier. No. Geoeconomics is the first frontier today because everything is connected. China's wealth and prosperity is based on the purchases by many countries, including in the north. So it has to calibrate its foreign policy. So does India. We've had a problem with China since the last 2-3 years. We're still doing a lot of trade with them, isn't it? Russia has had a lot of problem because of Ukraine. It's been condemned, etc., etc. But people are still buying gas. And there's been, the Turkey-sponsored agreement and the Ukraine food grains things, which has been also incorporated. Why is all this happening? Because we're living in a world of very scarce resources. And we've learned that we can't do this alone. We're no longer like Robinson Crusoe's treasure island. We got to live connectively. We got to deal with each other. We got to take benefits from each other's strengths. Now, in that situation, I think we should emphasize strictly and focus strictly on global interdependence. And I don't think that any form of government, maybe he's socialist, political, democratic, whatever, north, south, whatever, I don't think anybody would have objection if he goes back to his, to his flock and his constituency and says, well, this is what we agreed to save the world economy. I don't think anyone would blame him because it's an existential issue. We need funds. We need the economy to improve. We need the global economic divide. Professor Jason Heisel has done such a wonderful work on this, his bestseller, The Divide. He is, the World Inequality Lab in Paris is documenting all these things. We have these extreme situations where 8%, of the world, whatever population is walking away with 50% of the global wealth. I mean, the Sri Lankan debt was $42 billion, and Elon Musk bought Twitter for 44 billion. And the joke was he could buy, Sri Lanka's debt and become Elon Musk. That's the kind of situation we have. So multinationals, the market cap of Apple is $3 trillion. So we have a situation where there's a huge global economic divide. So the point is, where are we now? There's a huge multitudinous community. There's a large swathe of population in Africa, other countries, which are watching things on their cable TV, on their mobiles, and they're saying that our counterparts are having it all. So there's a point to which this will go. My point is that the global north has to understand that if they have to sustain their wealth and prosperity, like Willy Brandt said, well, they will have to mingle and they will have to make sure that the global south does not become poor. Because an impoverished global south, the populous markets in the global south can only buy if they are rich enough or if they have a minimum standard of living. So if the global south is not at a basic level, they're not going to sustain the modern economies. According to the UNDP's report, in 2014, this is the UN World Investment Report, about $3.5 to $4.5 trillion are needed just for basic infrastructure to be spent in developing countries every year. Where are the funds going to come from? So what am I leading to, therefore, is that for the future, let's try and minimize this controversy and the sensitive stuff. This can take place. If we were to take the economic platform, make that a foundation, I think it will sell amongst all countries, amongst all the groups. Whether it is China, Russia, Ukraine, everybody understands that this is a crisis, and we need to we owe it to our posterity. We owe it to our grandchildren to take the world forward. We can't just keep things as they are. The global public goods, whatever, a minimum infrastructure, minimum human rights, whatever should be available. The second point, and I'll just leave this because the floor should be left open to discussion, is, this is a stipulation or enshrining of political will. And this is not new. This has happened in the Millennium Goals, this has happened in the Sustainable Development Goals. So the only thing is, it is all-encompassing. For the first time, perhaps, it's a new version. It's like Apple iOS 17 or something. Today, by the way, 17.01 has been released also. So it's an update, things which have been patched up as per the present crises. But the point is, and I had written an op-ed about this 3 months ago, we need a G20 multilateral bank. We need funds. If you see the common factor, highest common factor, lowest common multiple, in all these very nice, goalposts which the G20 declaration has defined, there's one common factor: short of funds. It's critical. $92 trillion is the global debt, and I think a very large percentage of this is owed by the developing South. I have figures how much 1.5% of their GDP is being used every year to service the global to service their public debt obligations. And the G20 framework, which has been defined for solving this problem, by the way, a lot of critics are saying it does not include the private sector. A lot of the debt is owed to the private sector. It's only the official, stakeholders who are being addressed. So the critical question is about funds. We need to set up a G20 multilateral fund. We need to have the Global South representatives in it. We need to make a corpus contribution. It's already too late. I mean, how many $1 billion is the way it is? We need to operationalize this in different segments. You want in public infrastructure, you want it in education system. And the second point is, the last point I'd like to make is mentor and mentee. We need to have states. India could be a mentor in many fields: agriculture, digital public interface, UPI, even now, of course, the Indian Space Research Organization, disaster management, pharmaceutical medicine, whatever. We're high tech, and we're really endowed with a lot of talent. We could be one of the, so there should be groups of countries within the G20 which are kind of mentors, and they should adopt mentees. And there should be skills upgradation, there should be training. I think the G20 also needs to actually provide scholarships, maybe need to provide funds for startups, maybe need to even provide some kind of teaching or some kind of lessons for people in Africa who don't understand the intricacies of the WTO. So thank you very much. I have exceeded my limit. So it just makes me go on and on. These are the practical steps which need to be taken. And according to me, that is where the future of the G20 lies. There's too much of theorizing, there's too much, and it's 20 years late, by the way. So forgive me, this is not to belittle the achievement which we've already traversed, the milestones we have traversed, from kudos to the Indian diplomats and the government, but it is 20 years late. So we need to get this sorted out. Thank you.
Thanks, Ravi. We'll just ask a question on that last point and go right back to the beginning. You started off by saying we're 20 years late. The G20 is 20 years late, but you're looking to the G20 to put in place a change that would break with the story of certainly the last 50 years of multilateralism and thinking about development policy and so on. Yeah. Is the G20 capable of being the kind of forum that you're asking it to be, capable of providing not only that kind of impetus for change, but all of the architecture that's going to be needed to achieve it?
I think if we skip the politics, keep the geopolitics out, we will do it. We have enough expertise, and I think there'll be enough will. There's an understanding of the crisis. We will do it. I think so. We can do it.
Well, let's see who agrees. Who would like to weigh in on this debate, or indeed about anything that anybody has said already? I saw 3 hands go up immediately. Why don't you go first, and then second and third? Oh, you've got good.
Thank you so much, everyone. It was wonderful listening to you. My question is to you, sir. You spoke about the mentor and mentee point, the one that you concluded with. Call my question a bit naive, but we spoke about how even in the G20 there are a lot of sort of disagreements or viewpoints on which many countries don't agree. And even though the G20 could bring all the countries together and have the Delhi Declaration was agreed upon by all the nations, there are still a lot of countries that don't agree on certain principles and certain issues. So how do you propose that this mentor-mentee program could sort of instrumentalize in the G20 when there are things on which many nations don't agree about?
The rift is basically on political position. Sorry, I should have said this before. We are recording it. Yeah, it's all right. So you should you need to speak. Okay. So the rift is basically on political issues and trying to, kind of resonate with one side or the other. So there could also be a purely global south kind of pole, if you want a third pole, the global north, the global south, and maybe a new factor which is emerging, a new axis, political axis which is emerging in the east today because of the war. But as I said, and I said it very loud and clear, I think the economic welfare and prosperity is something which no political leadership can possibly ward off or deny its population. On that there will be enough, resonance, and I'm wanting to be optimistic on it. And the only thing is that I think we need to get out of this diplomatic multilateral mode. I've been into this for a long time. I've been in this business, not really been in the US, but I think we need to go into business consulting mode, like the business consulting houses which are there. I think we need to operationalize things. We need to set up these funds. And why would anyone object to being a mentee if he's getting upgradation of skills and getting access to artificial intelligence, blockchains, emerging technologies? Why would you object? I don't see any difference in that.
Thank you. Yes, your second.
Yes. Can I not use the mic?
No, because it's being recorded, so
Fair.
People who might be watching need to be able to hear you. Yeah.
I'll just stand up. Thank you, professors, for your lecture. My first question is to Professor Bawa. So, Professor, you mentioned about formal and informal structures, and Professor Ravi Thapar, who teaches us economic diplomacy, spoke about the declaration being an aspirational document, and that is because of indigenous populations being mentioned in it for after a very long time. So, coming back to this article written by T.K. Omen about nation versus nation state, do you believe that the Indian nation has become the nation state by finally reintegrating the marginalized within its current population in an international document? And my second question is to Professor Ravi Thapar. You mentioned Professor Ravi Thapar, you mentioned about this mentor-mentee program. Would you consider China to create a spatial data infrastructure project to teach the global south and countries in Africa, since they are, in my researched opinion, they are the only country who have been successfully able to implement a national spatial data infrastructure for sharing SDG indicators and SDG implementation goals throughout the national country. Thank you.
Thanks. Some very interesting questions there. I'm amassing quite a list, so I'm going to take a few and then come to each of the panelists to answer the ones that were directed to them. To you, please.
Yeah, my question would be to Professor Bawa and then Professor Prosnikov and Thapa. My question to Professor Bawa would be that do you think it's a bit redundant to think that the voice of the Global South is truly represented by G20 in a way? And if you mentioned in your speech that G20 is a force for global good and promoting it, as is represented in the aspirational documentation of the G20 declaration. Is that, in your opinion, really true when you're seeing that India is basically diplomatically forcing other countries not to condemn the war of Russia on Ukraine, where thousands of people are dying every day due to it as a consequence of it, innocent people that are caught in it. And my next question is to Professor Prosnikov. Sorry for not spelling the name right. G20 was mainly supposedly economic forum of the 20 most powerful nations, of the 20 most economically dominant nations in the world. And now that we have entered into the Russia-Ukraine situation, we've seen that, especially in Europe, there is a movement towards independent economic decisions and policies rather than interdependence. How do you think that would play out in the future? And lastly, same question in extension to Professor Thapa would be, as in BRICS we've seen the World Development Bank as was founded by the BRICS, which was based on the premise that developing nations within the BRICS should be given funds in order for infrastructure development and development of the nation in general. How should the G20 bank, which you're proposing, should be different than the one proposed in BRICS? Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. You're next.
Good afternoon, sir. So my question is to Professor Ravi Thapar. So my question is regarding in the world of international trade. So as we see, like nowadays, like regional trade blocks like the BRICS or the African Trade Union or I2U2, these trade blocks are arising a lot. So how do you view like this international forum like G20 or international organization like WTO? Like how can these international organizations manage the upliftment of the regional trade blocking, which I won't say it's my opinion, but which in general blocks the beneficial which all the countries get from the international trade perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. And then one final one for this round, and then we'll come to you.
Thanks, Ambassador Mohan Kumar, for inviting me. It's a very engaging and energizing discussion. And the fact that I've not fallen asleep is a tribute to the quality of discussion. So there are two questions. Two questions. One is, when we're talking about the Global South, this is one of the major takeaway of the New Delhi Summit, the India G20 presidency, putting Global South in the forefront. And we have the successive presidencies also by Brazil and South Africa. But my worry is this, that as of now, it looks like G20 agenda will be recast to reflect the interest of the Global South. But looking ahead, and we are looking at 25, 26, the US is the president, and God forbid, there are no prejudices here, but if President Trump is back in power, do you think Global South will continue to hold that kind of primacy? What I'm trying to ask is that volatility, that is it a decisive shift? The first few years of G20 summits, in a very important sense, will be dominated by the G7. Now it's the turn of Global South. Will it last? That's number one. Number two, something which you're carrying on from the last session, which is about people-centric presidency, people-centric G20. This is again a major legacy of India G20 presidency, of involving people, what we are calling the Jan Bhagidari. Of course, let's not fool ourselves. It's not that people are very educated about G20 issues, but at least there is a sense of connect. What was an elitist forum, even there is a larger awareness of that. Even a chaiwala has some sense that this is happening as an important grouping, in India. And Brazilian friends tell me they will emulate India in this regard. But what I'm talking about is a people-centric presidency, which is about financial inclusion, about putting people's interests above geopolitics and above geoeconomics. You see G20 getting there. Thank you.
Thank you. Going to hand back to the panel for some reflections on those questions. Answers, I think, might be a tall order, but some reflections on those. I'd ask you to be reasonably brief because other people have already put their hands up, and we'd like to include as many different perspectives on these questions as possible. So Salma, to you first.
So very quickly, let me start in the reverse order. The volatility in leadership. I think what we see is in the near term, definitely more of the Global South voices coming. But it cannot be an exclusivist agenda. It's not about creating an us versus them within an informal setting. I think that is important. I think what it does is the conversation definitely is more aware of these situational problems which come when a particular country leads. It's the nature of the leadership. It is by rotation, which means all the voices around the table get to set the agenda and get to be heard. The sequencing, what it has currently done is produces a greater awareness. And I think the fact that we have it for a continuous period will definitely impinge on what we've done. On the issue of, is the voice of the Global South represented by the G20? I have one who said even in the past, expanding a G7 to G20 does not fundamentally answer the legitimacy issue. Both continue to remain informed, right? So the point is, the fact that the African Union is in changes the composition, and in that sense, the representation of who is around the table. You could see it as a step forward. I think the larger question is, like I said, why is it we are euphoric on the G20 and not that the fact that currently the General Assembly is on? Why is there no euphoria about that? That is the formal institutional space where the political decision should be set. As Ravi was pointing that this is an economics thing, and I would just point out, every decision is a political decision at the end of the day. It's the political decision to set up a G7 or a G20, and it talks about the nature of that political decision making, on why institutions get created as that, and I would just kind of point it out. It tells you about the willingness or the unwillingness to create or finally, on the issue of the marginalized, I think I would read it very differently. Every document is the product, and there's a context-specific nature to a document, so one should look at it in that way. In the case of India and the issue of marginalized people being brought in, I think one would have to read the constitution first. The fact that reservation is provided is the first step to see it, right? And that we keep revisiting that and expanding it. And you know, without getting too much into nomenclature and definitions, nation state, and all of that, I think the point over here is how do people feel included? Let me just tell what Dr. Ambedkar said. You know, we adopted the constitution. We created one man, one vote in the sense of the inclusion and the equity for all. But that does not translate automatically for political and social equity. And that is a work in progress. So by that definition, anybody who has not been able to get economic and social security would be marginalized. You know, you cannot just say that only there's a section of people who are marginalized. You know, but I would say that anybody who's not able to get that would be, by that definition, be marginalized. So it's, in that sense, it's a work in progress.
Thank you. Jenny, let's go to you again. If you could be succinct, that would be appreciated.
Okay, well,
thank you.
I will try. Yeah. So the question was about the future of these unilateral policies, I guess. How will play out? I think the trend will continue, honestly, because I think protectionism is politically attractive, generates a lot of domestic support. Once you link that with other goals like net zero, right, it's even more politically attractive and economically attractive for certain sectors, so I will make it even harder to reverse that trend, right? So I see further fragmentation of the trade system and rules of it. I see further, I guess we're already seeing the regionalization of global value chains that will continue. The rise of blocs, right? I guess my modest hope is that there will be cooperation among blocs, like African Continental Free Trade Area, right, and the European Union, perhaps. Because without that cooperation, we're just going to head into this territory where we will have parallel trade wars, like we had during the Cold War when there was the Comic-Con, right, and to get on the other hand. So we want to avoid that, right? But I see in the near future this fragmentation is going to continue. The world will be more critical, I guess.
Yeah, so the first question, which was on sharing of spatial data, Chinese have made a lot of strides in this. I don't see this, you know, as being limited or constrained if there is resonance and kind of camaraderie within the organization. The whole thing is the political aspects. There's a rift right now. And we have to somehow drum in the fact that there is complete interdependence, and unless we do this together at this crucial moment before the crisis, you know, there's no going back. This is it, or we're going to be in for long-term problems. So if that is the overriding, overwhelming sentiment, I think countries will get gradually, they'll come up, they'll be on board. And I'm sure we can persuade and reach out to the Chinese and benefit from their, you know, strides in this. On the BRICS Bank, how is it different from, how is the G20 going to be different? Well, the G20 is a much more, and now with the African Union being there, it's a much more representative, world order representative institution. The BRICS is still, even though they have added more people now, 18 perhaps, but it is still, the G20 is a much bigger institution, and where a lot many more G7 or global South, global North countries are there, and they matter because they still, call the shots. And because this is more compact, because this is more neat, and they're working very closely with the northern leaderships, I think I give it more priority than even the UN. Because the UN General Assembly is a huge, multitudinous, diverse, heterogeneous gathering. So these issues can be taken up much easier in a compact gathering, and which still doesn't have so much of, other multiple entities, UN organizations, and other protocols which have been laid down. This is still unfolding, and they're actually setting the procedures It doesn't even have a permanent secretariat, as it were, so they can always, be very compact and nimble, and we can do it very fast. And we do need to do it fast. It was only figurative, ma'am, about the 20 years late. I mean, I do realize G20 and 20 years late, but what I meant was we are very late in this, and it's going to take even more costs and money to set right the damages in environment, in the debt, and what about the loss of lives, deprivation, and what about our human conscience? I sometimes say to my class, I feel very, very apologetic that as an elder in the society, I've let you down. I mean, we're not going to leave a very ordered a very orderly global world right now. It's in a state of crisis, and this is after more than 75 years of UN debating and our leaderships going and talking, big time stuff. So none of that has been implemented. I mean, this kind of vision, frankly, is just an improvement or a build-up on the Sustainable Development Goals. And if I can take you back to Willy Brandt, I mean, Willy Brandt, whom I'm so passionately fond of, talked of, development, but development also with human rights and liberties being available. For him, economic development also meant human rights. I don't want to take too much time. G20 and the trade blocs. This is not an era of war, and may I add to it, small-time professor that I am, this is an era of cooperation and multilateral relationships, enmeshed. It's like a big web, a global economic web and village. What is digital commerce? What is e-commerce? And what is global supply chains? Look at the number of multiple, suppliers and vendors in that. So you can't antagonize, you can't, kind of annoy anybody. Everyone has to move in together. So this is an era of economic cooperation. And by the way, if there is economic cooperation, that goes very deep. Economic projects it's not commerce. I give economics more priority than trade. Trade can be seasonal, trade can be choked off, but economics means you're getting into the digestive system of a country's prosperity, livelihood. It is there to stay. Many of the important, infrastructure projects are having long gestation periods, 10 years, 15 years. So economics is a very big stabilizing factor because we are into digital trade, digitally connected, social media, all that is happening, artificial intelligence, where we can talk, be in Zoom, etc. I give a lot of faith to this, and I believe that is the way forward. It will also keep the temperatures down. So what you're saying about the trade blocks, I think if there's a good kind of mood which is building up, a kind of a wave of positivity, rather than just narrow politicking, if really the global welfare, the global public goods are kept in complete focus, I think I have a lot of faith that a lot of give and take will take place even in the WTO, where the appellate body is not being allowed to function because US has certain problems with the Chinese, are having problems with the developed country because it says it's still a developing country where it's the world's second largest economy. So all these kind of special differential treatment should be given to it just like a developing economy, but it is a $16 trillion economy and it has state-owned enterprise. So all these things are going on in the WTO. Well, I think if the economic resonance comes by and the will is there, this will also tide over that crisis. I'm sorry if I've taken too long, ma'am.
No, not at all. Thank you. We've got 15 minutes left, so I'm keen to get as many questions and reflections. They don't all have to be questions for people, your reflections, and particularly to ask the question, what are we missing in this discussion? What haven't we been talking about that we should do? You were first, and I'll make a note of everybody else. You second, you third, fourth, over there. Go for it.
Good evening, everyone. My question is to Professor Thapar. Sir, in relation to your point about the mentor-mentee program, you mentioned that countries shouldn't, or rather wouldn't object to be a mentee. However, the common perception of taking help is regarded as inability, and which is why countries, even at the WTO, argue to not be placed under the category of underdeveloped nations, despite receiving aid provided they are in that category. So how will there be a distinction between the mentor and the mentee, because all the countries would like to promote their states as more capable ones?
Can I get together the questions? You're next.
Good evening. My question is to Professor Thapar. Has G20 summit in New Delhi declared India as a leader of Global South from the emerging leader of the Global South?
As India being?
Declared as the leader of Global South from the emerging leader of Global South.
You're next, if I can pass that back to you, and then over to you.
First of all, thank you so much, professors, for your knowledgeable words. My question again is to Professor Ravi Thapar. Sorry, can't help it. Sir talked about the sustainable
I should
development.
have had more coffee.
Everybody can reflect on the question.
Sir talked about sustainable development goals. Now, if I'm not wrong, under a clause of the resolution 66/288, it talks about the implementation of Agenda 21, which further talks about that SDGs are not legally binded. Therefore, a country can prioritize their economic and social strategies over these SDGs. So when there is a resolution which talks about that these SDGs cannot be prioritized and not legally binded, how does a summit like G20, which focuses on SDGs a lot, would have their implementation that is SDGs would be implemented at a higher level in countries? So that is my question.
Excellent. Gosh, we've got some good questions here. Over to you.
One of the focal points of the Delhi Declaration was global value chains. It was mentioned, I think, in one of the paragraphs 17, if I'm not wrong. My question is to the whole panel. I would like to know your reflections on the kinds of protections that can be put in by G20 as a whole and other nations to protect these global value chains in a world where conflict, health emergencies, etc., all poses a severe risk to the establishment and maintenance of said global value chains.
Wonderful, thank you. Who else has a question or comment or reflection? They don't all have to be questions. Yes, please, and then you.
Thank you. I'm Wang Tung from the Chinese Embassy in New Delhi. Just a very brief question. I want to just do something to ensure some gender balance here. So my question is to you, Professor Bawa. I know you study Europe, and Europe is known as a norm setter in international relations, international economics as well. And India has a reputation as an actor that values strategic autonomy in a world that is increasingly torn by global confrontation, and at a time when a cooperative mindset is quite necessary in international relations. What do you think India and Europe can do in this world that is plagued by so many conflicts? What kind of message do you think this G20 can send to the entire world? Thank you.
My question is regarding the expansion of BRICS and G20. Don't you think if there are more nations at the table, it'll be harder to reach a consensus and resolve the issues? Because now you have 20 nations at the table. With African Union, you'll have 21. Similarly with BRICS, if you get more nations at the table, won't it be harder to resolve the issues or reach an agreement on topics? Thank you.
Thank you. And you had a question? Or a reflection, comment?
A reflection, actually.
Yeah, perfect.
I don't have any specific expertise on the other points, but I did spend 10 years of my life at WTO, Geneva. So the only thing I have to add is, I think both of you are not wrong, but there is something fundamental, especially addressing this to you, Evgeny. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right again. So fundamentally something has changed. I think the moderator, Professor Nicola Phillips, was right. Something has changed in the sense, it was never free trade, I agree with you, but what has changed is MFN trade is out. The fundamental trade in WTO was based on MFN, non-discrimination, that is out of the window. Because we've got a spaghetti bowl of FTAs, a country like India, which did not believe in FTAs, has been forced into entering into FTAs with Europe, with GCC. We don't like FTAs. We prefer the multilateral trading system, but that's no longer operational. WTO has a negotiating function, a dispute settlement function, and a monitoring function. All three functions have gone for a 6. The dispute settlement function thanks to the Americans, the monitoring function partly because countries are not able to do their notifications on time, and the negotiating function because we've now gone into plurilateral mode. So bottom line, no question, but just an observation, trade is getting divided into strategic trade and non-strategic trade. Non-strategic trade is shoes and undergarments and watches and makeup items. It doesn't matter. You can get them from China, you get it from Taiwan, you get it from Australia, you get it from any country you like. But the same doesn't apply to surgical masks. It doesn't apply to active pharmaceutical ingredients. Doesn't apply to semiconductors. It's not, sorry?
Critical minerals.
Critical minerals, thank you. So I think you're going to see a fragmentation of trade, not so much in terms of the China-led bloc and the US-led bloc. That may also happen. I think it's going to be on the basis of whether countries view trade strategically or not. I'm not going to outsource the production of my surgical masks and my medical products and my semiconductors to any country. I'm going to do it, you call it whatever you like, and the most fashionable expression is resilient supply chains, not global supply chains at all. In fact, no country now would want to get into global supply because that is based on just-in-time manufacturing. I'm now looking at just-in-case manufacturing. What happens when some countries let you down? So I'm going to stop there, but just to introduce it as an aspect which was not referred to in some detail. Thank you. Thank you, Nicola. I'm sorry if I taken some time.
Not at all. Any final comment or question before we turn back to the panel? Can I just see if somebody who hasn't asked a question yet would like to do so? Would you, somebody waving over here? No? Okay, go on, you get a second go. Just very succinctly, if you would.
Just a final comment on my side and a reflection on things said by Professor Prowadzki and Professor Thapar. Formerly, like a Dutch cabinet member by the name of Boekestein taught me at a course, and he told me that that during the Nord Stream project, which was being set up as a new pipeline policy between Russia and Europe, it was succinctly made clear to the Dutch government and the EU in general that a pipe deal with Russia would be catastrophic if in the future there was some conflicts to occur between the EU and Russia. And building upon that, now the relationship between EU and Russia is so fractured, they're so traumatized that they would prevent such an event from in the future from happening again. And this sort of fracture plays into not only just the G20 but global future politics in general. And just to get at a close, so such an interdependent economy is slowly coming to a close. What are your solutions for that? What are your ways to promote such a more interdependent economy in a world that is progressing more and more into an independent economic policy sort of world? Thank you.
Gosh, that's a hard question. That's a lifetime's work for most of the world's population to bring that about. But it would be interesting to hear reflections. I'm going to ask the panel to take 2 minutes each for any responses to the questions or final reflections that you would want to make in response to the question about future directions. Evgeny, let's go to you first. Yeah. Go to you first, and then we'll...
Okay, yeah. So, well, solutions I'm writing about, so trying to write about solutions, I guess, to some of those issues, right? I mean, there's some, empirical evidence out there that, well, you need support for free trade, right? So you need public support, first and foremost. And we see that in the global south, less so in the north. The global north is really waning, right? So you need to rejuvenate that support, right? So through certain domestic policies, through, in fact, that takes me to that piece I contributed to the textbook, the embedded liberalism compromise that has been eroded in the West and the global North, right, that existed in the form of strong welfare state and social insurance, right, for trade liberalization losers, right, so we don't have that, we don't do that as well anymore. So those kinds of things would be critical, right, ensuring that free trade is perceived as legitimate. And I mean, there are other ways, right, so writing currently somehow, say, all dialogues perhaps could, any FTAs could actually make them perceived more legitimate, right? So, yeah, I mean, it's such a complex, so it's not going to be one kind of grand solution, I don't think so, right? But there are kind of different things that governments can do, and forums like G20 would be helpful there in terms of helping them share practices, right, with this kind of coordination, right? That's what the G20 is for, coordination. So I'll just also briefly, GBC and your points were really great and of course valid. I'm maybe not so pessimistic about the MFN trade, because one thing we know is FTA school is actually underutilized, right? So because rules of origins are so complex that companies, find it really costly to use them, so they don't use them. So what they do, they resort to MFN trade instead, right? Because the tariff would be lower under FTAs, right? So MFN trade is still there. But I agree, this kind of strategic, non-strategic trade, and again, perhaps we could think about some common rules about what is strategic, what non-strategic strategic trade is, right? And that could be discussed again in forums like G20, because yeah, it is ultimately about GVCs and making sure that they're resilient, but also fair and sustainable. Again, common rules around that would help with GVCs and GVC integration, right? So yeah, so again, that's something that forums like G20 could be discussing. I'll just leave it there.
So the first question about the image problem for mentees, the lady who's talking. I think there's enough material out there in the public domain today. Frontiers have broken down. It's not just political espionage, but I think commercial intelligence is available. So the curtain which was there has been quite diluted. So if the country in question wants to hide behind a facade that it's still developed or has the skills, well, it will soon be discovered otherwise. So it is better that it settles into this mentee relationship for upgradation of its skills. It's a question of time. Has India been declared a leader of the Global South? I think that's a very tall title. I think it's going to be a combination of leaders. I don't think any country should stake claim for that title, because it's just too challenging. The Global South is just too big. I think the milestones and objectives which we have, problems we've got to solve, they are absolutely humongous. I don't think any one country can claim that it will do it. It's going to be a combination. It's going to be a team effort. So the third thing about whether the UN SDGs, they are not legally binding. So how are we going to do this in the G20? Well, it's like the directive principles of state policy. Sometimes you, in the Constitution of India, you sometimes enshrine certain principles, you set apart certain ideal norms. It's not binding because obviously that is domestic jurisdiction, but it certainly is a guiding force. So once there is urgency, which it is right now, that's why a lot of political will has happened. It's not for just India's championing that this has happened. This had better happen. If it had not happened, as I said, now, it should have happened much earlier. So it's too urgent. So if that kind of political will is there, I think if the UN SDGs do give a benchmark or a world standard, I think there will be more willingness to comply and to cooperate with each other. That's what I see in the future, because otherwise it's going to be fail all the way. And if that's going to happen, it could lead to a disruption of the world order. I'm very fond of saying in some of my writings, if we've had, the Arab Spring at one time, which was a socio-political economic crisis, if we have large communities all over the world in the global south getting into the mood where they want to uproot and disrupt things because they're not satisfied, they don't see this dark tunnel ending, we could have a political upheaval, we could have a disturbed world order, and we don't want it. And I see that as the beginning of conflict in the world today. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Salma, you have the last word. Play us out, as it were.
Thank you so much, Nicola. Let me just start with our friend's question here on India-EU relation. It's a 60-year partnership, based on a set of political values which underpin the relationship. You're very aware of it. I think one has to recognize in that that India's partnership with the European Union and on the other side as well has traversed different political and economic challenges. Right, and I think though the strategic partnership was declared in 2004 and the joint action plan came in 2005 and the review and all of that, after the free trade agreement stalled after 7 years of negotiation, it was about finding the connectivity back and coming back to getting the political traction. So I think the norms dimensions notwithstanding, I have always been a strong, critique of saying that it is interest which drives. Norms are there, and you stray. It's your your due direction in setting the compass. But unless you don't bring your interest onto bearing, the convergence will not automatically deliver. And I think that kind of shift has taken place in the last 2 years. If you look at the strategic roadmap 2025, and then the connectivity partnership, which was adopted after the EU itself laying out its connectivity strategy, with the emphasis on the digital energy trade and people to people, you clearly see there is a new momentum in the partnership. As far as the issue of strategic autonomy, this has been a stated position of India. This is something which the European Union has stated since the 2016 global strategy. But I don't think the meanings add up in exactly the same way. I think those meanings have to be structured within their respective interest articulation. And I think that's an important point. But having said that, I think definitely the India-EU relationship is on a strong trajectory. The fact that a Trade and Technology Council had been set and the agenda is on for the free trade negotiations are good signs which indicate that there is definitely a better understanding in moving forward. I mean, there are still sticking points. What was 7 years back may have dissipated, and there are new points which are on the table. But I think this is still a work in progress, and you can see that the moving, especially 2025 and the connectivity partnership. Very quick closing points. I stand between you and entertainment or the evening, the nicer fun part. So let me just say my 4 quick points. First, I think don't park everything on the door of the G20. It's one of the actors or the leagues in town, right? And I think that's extremely important to keep in mind. We're still in the euphoria period. The curtains will come down, the stars will take a bow. Then what, right? And when the real work begins, when the headlines are turned off, and that's important to ask. It is, like I said, one of the actors on the block. What you have seen in the last 2 years, where the conversation in India on G20 is also fascinating for me. That since we assumed the leadership, the amount of activity it has produced, and that was an intentional direction. It was intentional in the sense somebody had talked about the people's participation. Foreign policy has never been on the realm of domestic politics in the way we saw G20 really reach out into the federal character of India, and the University Connect or the Think Tank Connect and all of it made everybody aware. So I think it's also about recognizing the plurality of actors. I think it's also important to say that you have to be careful in the kind of litmus test you set when you evaluate institutions and their outputs. Because those litmus tests can then let you down if you come with a litmus test which is applicable for something else. For an informal multilateral organization, you cannot bring the yardsticks of evaluation of formal multilateral structure. I think that is a wrong way of evaluation. You've got to look at, does the space of the G20 produce a different kind of conversation? And if these commitments are not legally bound, then how is it that countries are able to move forward? If there is no shaming, naming and shaming over here, but every country is aware that it's a step forward in the direction of the collective, right? And so you are driven from within. There is no recognition that there is no G20 hierarchy unless somebody now comes up with that kind of a table. Like, where are you on the G20 index? Serial number 1, or are you on 20 or 21? I mean, we have to increase that. So I think it's about collective commitment, and I believe that we've seen the aha moment over here. Now it's like, as they say, roll up your sleeves and get down to work, and that's what every state would have to do, because placing the SDGs squarely into it, I think, was a clear recognition that this is not about any individual country. This is about all of us, interconnected. But then there will be national strategies for that. There cannot be a universal strategy in how you will bring about development in each country. And I think that's where you'll start seeing the distinctions and maybe some of the magic happen in how we achieve our SDG goals, address our climate commitments, make the world a better place for trade. Look at, if everybody is going to be friend-shoring, near-shoring, and home-shoring, then what's left of a supply chain? You're not going to move back from a globalized to a de-globalized world as much as de-dollarization and de-globalization is on it. But nobody is decoupling and going away anywhere, neither to the moon or to the Mars.
Great note to end on. I hope the conveners of the workshop will indulge the fact that we've run over by 5 minutes. Sorry. But I think it was well worth it for such an engaging discussion. Could I ask whether somebody would like to close the workshop?
No, and to think that when Pradeep and I were talking 6 months ago, we thought one day may be too long, and I think we could have gone on for another day comfortably. So that's what I was telling Pradeep. So I think that's a sign of audience involvement, sign of the quality of the panelists, quality of the moderators. So thank you very much. It remains for me to thank all of you, especially the students, for having got up early, got up at 6 o'clock and stuff like that. Thank you so much. I want to do the honors of just giving Ravi, you were one of our own, so I'm not sure you're going to get But let me begin with Vice Chancellor will ask me. Let me stand away. No. You should not stand away. No, this is for them. Yeah. The picture will be taken. With your name on it. Thank you very much.
Doesn't know it yet, but we'll tell.
Australian winters.
Oh, okay.
Should come in
Yes,
handy.
absolutely. Melbourne.
Now it has big contribution.
Ravi. Thank you. Thank you. Our foreign guests
Very good.
Pointer का
Oh, is this a bag?
I'll send you a copy of our journal. The three of them. I would say that